that chance of one sneaking through or hitting you on the pad. Just needs to keep it tight. That completes the second. At the end of it, it's 6 for 1. Tanes Francis would have gotten off the mark in that over, striking Van Lange for 4 over a point. Of course, at the moment, the West Indies against South Africa in Guyana, a test match. Seemed to have been some rain this morning, Dylan.
Well, rain across there, but thankfully none over here.
Wharton is back.
Well, continues to have those rising deliveries at the batsman. Certainly this pitch looks a lot better than the one we saw for the first encounter. One of those more pitches in the center area there. A lot more abrasive in the last match. This one looks like it has a bit more life in it.
Well, at least from this end, it seems as though it has some life. But from that end that Van Lange is operating from, looks to be a bit of the same.
Certainly at the moment, we'll have to see if at any point they switch ends, if we see anything different, or if we see anyone from this end coming with a bit more pace and bounce.
May just see some spin early as well. That's good. That's good from Wharton. He started a bit closer in this over.
Is usually that early spin from the early morning moisture and preparation moisture. Decent cloud cover around, no dark clouds, just some white puffy clouds to complement the weather and take away from direct sunshine.
Want to be careful leaving alone those deliveries outside the off stump, but for the moment he looks as though he knows where that off stump is. True. Riyad Latif at first slip. Gulcharan Chulai at second. Or short again this time, but that's good. That's good from Wharton. Good attacking bowling.
I think as well from what we saw in the previous encounter, the slips look to be a bit further back as well, so judging the pitch as well as this opening bowler Wharton. It's taking me a bit of a while to remember his name, not seeing any scoring on the screen. Won't say any more.
It's very good from Devon Wharton to complete the third. It is 6 for 1. It's actually really good to see cricket playing this time of the year, Dylan. Well, now you tend to see cricket playing all around.
Well, yeah, certainly good
yeah.
to see it playing at any point in the year. Of course, you're probably alluding to the rainy season.
Yes, definitely.
Begun. CPL is always in that season. Has always been. Don't see too much interruptions due to rain. Well, we see interruptions, but not too many, no results.
Lange is back and continues to hit that 4th, 5th stump line, drawing the batsman forward.
Of course, he's bowling that ball towards the direction of Lange Park in Chaguanas.
Oh my. Oh my, Dylan. It's good to... This time driving straight to the cover fielder. Again, it's good to see Cricket West Indies continuing their great work with youth development. And there's Adrian Hettemeyer. Familiar with that name, Dylan?
Oh, I've heard a lot about this Adrian in recent times.
I've had a lot of success in Guyana on the local circuit.
Excited to see him play here in a bit of a higher level tournament.
Oh my, what was that? Too short, too wide there from Van Lange. I don't think there's much in the surface for that. Well, at least from that end. And at his pace as well, you don't want to be bowling that short.
Doesn't really strike me as that sort of short ball bowler as well, given his natural attributes that we've seen.
His stature and the way he bowls as well reminds me a bit of a Christopher Barnwell or maybe a Bhaskar Yadram.
Well, I'm not too familiar with Yadram, but Barnwell would have been a name we grown familiar with in the Caribbean.
Yeah, I found that Bhaskar Yadram would have fallen away a bit since that ICC Under 19 World Cup. This one too wide from Van Lange.
Well, which World Cup would that have been?
Bhaskar Yadram.
So
I'll
there's
confirm that for you.
interesting field set as well. There's those two slips, but it's almost like a fly slip you just see right underneath the West Indies logo on screen. It's just hiding him a bit. And well, is that gully fielder quite wide as well too? Well, he's bowled him there. Absolutely played all around that, and now both opening bowlers have their breakthroughs. Van Lange now joining Wharton, and it's been a lovely opening spell here from the Guyanese.
Yeah, that's a lovely delivery from Van Lange. And that's what I was saying in the previous over. Just keep the ball on the stumps. Keep it tight. And let the surface do the work for you. And that's what has happened there. Excellent delivery from Van Lange. And the batsman bowled neck and crock.
Francis is going to have to go 4 from 12 deliveries he spent there. Captain wouldn't be too pleased with that. Would have wanted to lead from the front opening the batting, but it's all part and parcel of the game. Got a great delivery, and that one did keep quite a bit lower as well. So continuing to see that trend of variable bounce. Brown now strides out.
Light brown. Light brown would have some heavy workload to do.
Well, I thought you were talking about the pitch there. I didn't realize it was quite a elegant spelling of his name there.
Light brown strides out. Wharton continues from the far end and northern end. Serves up a fully, and Bharat misfeeling at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket.
Well, that was a fully but no pulley.
And I have gotten the information for you, Mr. Sharma. This on the 19 World Cup that I was speaking about back in 2018. And this was played in New Zealand, of course, likes of Alec Athanaze.
Well, I do remember Athanaze from that World Cup. Was one of the standouts, in my opinion, from what I had seen. I also remember young Keegan Simmons coming through.
Cephas Cooper as well was in that squad.
Well, that was definitely someone who I was looking out for as well, having come from the same school as him.
Oh, that delivery reminded me of the very first delivery of the morning. And
It's Hetmeyer there doing some fielding, getting in the action at cover. Is in action here. Number 86, Romario Ramdehol. Different sort of tactics with what we saw in the first game.
Turned away nicely off the hips. And only one to the total.
Wharton continuing into his third over here, and just to continue on that sort of different field sets you're seeing. Just two fielders in the on side, one down at a deep square leg, deep backward square leg, and one at mid on. Just those two in the on side, and in the off side we have those two slips, fly slip, gully, backward point cover, and mid off. And he's driving there, appeal for caught behind, but umpire is unmoved. Lovely delivery, continuing to show some great discipline up front here, finding a good length.
Well, we are back with some action here, and of course we're seeing the umpire signaling to the dugout. I'm not too sure what is the concern, but just a halt in play for the moment. And then if we notice on the far end, on the northern end, we can see where Wharton is landing. You can see the pitch scuffing up just a bit, which tells me that there's some moisture in the surface, if not a lot.
Well, that has been something that we notice throughout cricket played here. This venue tends to happen quite a bit. Of course, it's also up to the umpires to ensure that the bowlers don't run into the danger area as well. Have even more unpredictability to the bounce than we already have.
So it seems as though one of the batsmen needing some treatment. The physio is out there at the moment. And two umpires just keeping a keen eye on proceedings. While the Guyanese, they are in their huddle. High-spirited Guyanese unit, of course, because looking at the score, 9 for 2. Who won't be happy with that as a bowling unit on the first morning of a two-day match? Especially after you would have been asked to bowl first.
Oh, well, certainly Guyana wouldn't have too many problems with that toss result so far.
Do you think it's a case of the Leeward Islands misreading the pitch, because normally we tend to see teams batting first at the National Cricket Centre. However, there's a lot of moisture there.
It's a tricky one because there is usually that early moisture that does tend to make that first session quite attritional. So, isn't just straightforward as choosing to bat first. I think you could go both ways. You just need to go about it in the right way.
Yes.
It's not about so when you get here to this pitch, it is always difficult to read it, especially at this age group.
Yeah, especially when you're not familiar with the conditions.
And of course, at the end of it, even if you don't come out victorious, you do get to learn that sort of match situation. You always have that choice of winning the toss.
Exactly. And of course, these tournaments all about, while you want to win, it's all about and of course, Dylan, it's all about development, and that's what Cricket West Indies stresses on, I should say. And as you rightfully mentioned, it's not all about winning. Yes, you want to win, but it's all about gaining that experience, showing what you have, and just move forward and continue to learn and build on what you already know. Van Lange, the skipper, would have already picked up a wicket this morning, that of Tanez Francis, bowled comprehensively through the gate.
No, that fly slip has now come up into just a regulation third slip as well. Forward and defending, like Brown. There's 3 slips on that gully as well.
And of course, Light Brown would realize that he can't play with heavy hands. He needs to play with soft, light hands. On that end, bit slow. As the sun peeks back out at us, Dylan.
Well, nervously nudging now. His son has peeked out at us, but it's fully staring at the players.
Definitely. Luckily, we are in the confines of the air condition. And play just about ready to start over in Guyana, and on day 3 of that test match between West Indies and South Africa. So worked out to Gully. Down the leg side, flicked away nicely. Only one on offer though. There's protection out there. A wide fine leg in position.
That's the only fielder in that region, really.
Yeah, just 2 fielders on the onside. The wide fine leg, a short mid wicket, very close in. And 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, short cover, mid off. That's how the field set up at the moment.
I think that bright start has allowed them to keep that attacking feel as well.
Definitely so.
It's missing its run up. Saw a lot of that in the first game as well. Just when you come to this venue, it is a bit difficult running in that bay area, and at this age as well, haven't fully worked out all of the kinks in your run up.
And if we notice Van Lange run up, if we can just get a replay of that run up, or we have a look at it when he delivers his next ball, he sort of stops as he approaches the crease. His momentum decreases, Dylan. Let's look at that again. Yeah, it just sort of stops just a bit. Well, I shouldn't say stop. He slows down as he approaches the crease. That completes the over. It's 6 overs done and dusted, 10 for 2.
Back for 2 runs now, so more aggressive running. Can show the push those fielders and show that they are on top of things. From the southern end, where Van Lange has gotten a bit less bounce and generally has a bit less pace. Well, that one kept a bit low now. It's given wide actually by the umpire. Have to be very wide to be given wide in a red ball encounter.
Well, it's 14 for the loss of 2 at the moment. And we're in the 7th over. Devon Wharton continuing. And as we speak, the first wicket of the morning, courtesy Jamel Warrican for the West Indies in Guyana. Ryan Mulder, a man dismissed. Here's Wharton back at the National Cricket Centre. This one flicked away sweetly through mid-wicket. A bit heavy on that side. Or maybe not so well timed by the batsman. Dylan is back.
Well, it did take work and quite a while to get into the attack yesterday, and delivering upon that his early introduction today. Looks like some of the reserve players in that area. Haven't reserved a spot under that tree.
I'm not too sure, but I'll need to find out from Mr. Bassarat whether or not you need to buy tickets to get your seat under that tree. Lots of persons do. And there's a wonderful shot there by Kadir Mohammed, our cameraman. Oh, edging is it? No. There's a bit of excitement there from the fielders around the bat. Van Lange as well, the bowler. And the umpire not interested.
Well, tempted him for sure with that fuller length delivery. Just bringing him forward.
That wasn't too convincing.
Getting more excitement than anything.
This time driving expansively. We've seen that in the last couple of overs. The batsmen looking to drive those deliveries outside the off stump expansively. Van Lange though doing the right thing, getting the ball up close to the batsman, inviting them. Short, but not as quick as Van Lange would have anticipated. If you're just joining us, Leeward Islands would have won the toss this morning and elected to bat first. Maybe it's safe to say that they're on the back foot just a bit early on in the morning, 16 for 2. Too wide to interest the batsman. Working on the ball there, that slip fielder. And how important is that, Dylan? Working on that ball and ensuring that whatever shine there is maintained.
Well, that's a very important skill to have in this format. Always going to need to work on that ball. Ensure you get conventional swing early and reverse swing later on as well.
Time a bit quicker from Van Lange, getting something out of the surface.
I think many times spinners don't tend to work on the ball quite as much and leaves the pacers a bit annoyed.
Certainly. Well, sometimes with the spinners working on the ball as well, that helps them with the drift as well on their delivery. So seeing the ground staff, they're walking around the ground.
No, not too sure they're concerned about anything, just looking to get some Saturday morning exercise.
Maybe getting in a lap or two as the over comes to an end. It's 16 for 2. 8 overs done and dusted this morning. And just about 40 minutes of cricket has been played. And as we speak, Jaden Seals have picked up his 4th wicket of the innings across in Guyana. Keshav Mirage, that man dismissed. 227 for 7, South Africa. Is Wharton back at the National Cricket Centre here in Couva. Of course, it's action in the Cricket West Indies Men's Under 17 Championship. Lots of cricket on show, lots of cricket all around the globe. Cricket everywhere, Dylan.
Lots more in this tournament in store as well. The limited overs part coming up throughout the next week as well.
Yeah, I'm sure the guys are eager. I should say eagerly looking forward to that limited overs tournament. And they complete the 2-day format later, well, I should say next week, the 21st and 22nd. That would be the last round of cricket in this 2-day format of the tournament. Oh, short. Ooh. And above the head of the batsman. Have a look at it again. And that was a bit too short there, Dylan.
That was certainly way too short, almost less than halfway down the pitch. Not really going to threaten anything but a wide when you do that.
Devon Wharton has looked good all morning. Well pitched up delivery, driven back down the ground. Lewis has some work to do. Excellent work done in the end.
I'm back for 3 runs. Wonderful bit of running, continuing so far with this partnership. Look quite proactive with their running.
Yeah, that's some good work there. Good piece of fielding by Lewis. Manuel Lewis. Short and wide. It has been a mixed bag as well from Wharton. No real bad deliveries per se. As well from Van Lange. Has been the same as well. Be surprising to see when a change in the bowling would be made. Would we see a spin from one end very early?
Well, that'd certainly be part of their plan, given the rich history of spinners we see coming from Guyana.
Yeah, definitely so. And as I just spoke about, no real bad deliveries, and there was one sprayed down the leg side by Wharton to end the 9th. At the end of it, it's 20 for 2. And of course, yeah, the likes of Virasamy Permaul, Gudakesh Moti. Of course, Moti plying his trade for the West Indies at the moment. Devendra Bishu. Remember that guy, Dylan?
Certainly remember Mr. Bishu. So remember that ball that turned so big in Dominica in 2015. The so-called second ball of the century. The ball of the 21st century. If I remember correct, it would have been Brad Haddon batting.
Would you say the ball of the century was that of Shane Warne to Andrew Strauss?
Well, I wouldn't have said that, but that would have been said before I was even born.
But would you say that was the ball of the century, Dylan?
Well, from a spinner, I would say so.
Yep.
have been some great pace deliveries as well that we can't forget about.
Certainly. I think when we are speaking about top deliveries on pacers, I think Jimmy Anderson is right at the top when it comes to delivering some of those spectacular deliveries.
He swung it both ways, so big, so difficult to judge where it was going. Craig Brathwaite was at the end of some of those dismissals many times.
Yeah, very few batsmen found it easy to play Jimmy Anderson, if any.
So have to look at other modern greats such as Dale Steyn and Mitchell Stark.
You know, one person who delivered some great deliveries and he didn't really have that recognition. Ryan Harris from Australia. I remember a delivery to Alistair Cook. Cook was leaving a delivery outside the off stump, thinking that it was going to go on with the arm. I'm not too sure if it was a crack on the surface or was it seam movement, but that delivery pitched way outside the off stump and swung back in off the surface.
I've seen that delivery many times on YouTube. That 2013, 2014 tour. Interesting fact is that West Indies would have more recently gone undefeated in Australia than England.
Yep.
England always talking about looking forward to the Ashes. They might have to take a page out of our book.
It's 21 for 2. As the over comes to an end, 10 bowled this morning. And looks as though the batsmen, they're getting some water. It's not quite the first hour's play just yet. 47 minutes of cricket this morning.
Batsmen were getting some water, but no water for Wharton.
No water for Wharton. Oh.
Well, it's 5 for Seals in Guyana.
Oh my. Congratulations, Jaden Seals. And reaping the rewards of hard work. Jaden Seals. One sneak. The gates of Kyle Verena, who has gone for 59 of 78. South Africa 232 for 8, lead by 248. Here's Wharton.
Just keeping that full length up. Trying to tempt the batsman, but batsman just left that alone. Now see Van Lang down at this fly slip area having some refreshments as well.
I think that's the reason why we're seeing him down there, Dylan. Getting close to the boundary in order to get some water. Allowed appeal for leg before. Not out, says umpire Lyndon Rajkumar. Look to be heading down the leg side, Dylan, with the angle.
Definitely with that angle. Didn't look to have too much going for it. And as a keeper as well, you need to be able to telegraph that to your bowler. So Joshua De Silva doing that yesterday was an appeal and was already aware that he was going down the leg side, so someone would need to send it upstairs.
This time nicely driven. For one, just keeping the scoreboard ticking along as we speak. 22 for 2, and it looks as though Van Lange is going to continue. And some discussion between Van Lange and those fielders closely on the offside. Still 3 slips in position, and why not? Great success this morning for the Guyanese, allowing them to maintain that attacking approach this morning. That's right up into the block hole there from Van Lange. But well played as well. Good cricket all round. So 13th over has begun, and we're seeing a change in the bowling from the northern end. It's Emmanuel Lewis has come in, number 92 on his back. I've had some work to do this morning in the field, just a bit. And he's replacing Devon Wharton. Too wide this time, and just about 3 minutes to go until the drinks interval, and this may well and truly be the last over before drinks. That's good bowling. Good aggressive cricket there from Lewis as well. It's good to see that from them. And of course, the Guyanese team would come into this game highly confident as well, because of the fact that Leeward Islands would have lost against Windwards. That's, oh my goodness, he's castled. Middle pole knocked out of the ground. Let's have a look at that again. What an absolute sight for a fast bowler. And with that, drinks would come onto the field. And I think we need to have a look at that delivery again. An absolute brute of... Oh my goodness, that was a full toss and he missed it. Well, well, well. He played all around that, and that was a delivery that he should have put away. He yoked himself in the end. DeAndre Drew has to go for 11. And Lewis striking. Well, that would take us to the drinks break, the first drinks break of the morning. And at drinks, it is 26 for the loss of 3. So Lewis is back. 2 deliveries to go in the 13th over. Atenes, the man Jaquan Atenes coming out. And have a look at the wicket that fell. Oh, actually, that was the last delivery, that short pitch delivery there from Lewis. So DeAndre Drew, he's still there on 13. Emmanuel Lewis coming in, striking in his very first over of the morning. Well pitched up again. So it seems as though that's his approach. That he has that odd short pitch delivery like we saw in the previous delivery. Well, the scorecard is telling us that the over is completed. Umpire Raj Kumar saying otherwise. Cut away through the cover region. And this could race away for 4. Holding just millimeters away from that cover boundary.
Still slowing up in that outfield. Looks like a freshly cut outfield, but just not timed well enough to make it all the way.
Yeah, and especially as well with the pace of the bowlers, the batters has to add a bit more behind those deliveries to get it away to the boundary. So 2 very familiar last names involved in this contest. Hetmyer, Atenes. I think a lot more as well. Tong.
Yes, it was now about to get the tongue.
Remember,
Not Port of Spain.
remember good old Gavin Tong.
Oh, certainly remember years ago, especially watching Super 50.
Let's look at the dismissal. A full toss that should have been put away. The bat turning in his hands, playing all around it, and his middle pole was absolutely disturbed. Change of bowling from the southern end. Hetmyer comes into the attack.
Well, getting some Hetmyer bowling skills now as well. A lot of what I've heard about this young Hetmyer would have been for his batting, so good to see his multifaceted skill set.
Yeah, scored a wealth of runs on the local circuit in Guyana. And hence he has earned his place in the regional team, the age group team, at least for now. Hetmyer would have also led the Guyana team at the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 15 tournament.
Been across in Antigua earlier this year. So the general natural inward movement here from Hetmyer sort of leans in the end of his bowling stride.
And I like to do this as well, Dylan. If we look at Guyana's under 15 team from this year, after this delivery, only one player from that under 15 team would have also participated, well, actually is participating in this tournament for Guyana. That's Adrian Etmire. I'm not seeing any other player from that under 15 team. Well, actually,
Well, I'm seeing a Ramdehol, but it's a different one.
I'm seeing Latif as well, but Riaz Latif, not too sure if there's an error in the spelling on the team sheet, because I'm seeing Riyad Latif on the team sheet. But anyway, that completes 14. It's 30 for the loss of 3. DeAndre Drew, he's on 13. Jaquan Athanaze, he's on 4. And the wicket takers thus far this morning for the Guyanese team, after being asked to bowl first, Jonathan Van Lang with 1. Devon Wharton would have taken 1 as well of the very first delivery of the morning to dismiss Devanan. And also Emmanuel Lewis would have had 1 as well.
Good start here in Guyana. So far, 3 of the bowlers, as you would have said, getting wickets, so none of them feeling left out.
Yeah, I think the Leeward Islands batting unit finding it a bit difficult this morning to get the ball off the square.
Of course, the Leeward Islands would have had quite a difficult time of it in that first round, getting bowled out for 64 in their first innings by the Windward Islands.
Anthony is striking this one over the head of Lewis. I think it's a case of the Leeward Islands team just misunderstanding how they needed to go about things this morning after choosing to bat first. Obviously, there would have been some moisture in the surface, Dylan. It's all about weathering that storm, that early storm of that, as we see some dust blowing across, some sand blowing across the ground. Yeah, it's all about weathering that storm of that moisture and good bowling as well at times. And as the pitch dries out, it would have gotten easier.
Well, that sandstorm went straight to the umpire at square leg, and he had to turn out of the way before it just blew straight into his eye.
For a moment, it seemed as though he was leaving a delivery alone, but it was really the sandstorm. Anyway, the score at in Guyana, 244 for 9 South Africa. Another full toss served up by Lewis, and a misfield would allow a second run, will it? Yes. So 2 runs added to the tally. Anthony's just flicking that one. Oh. It's a poor piece of fielding there by Chulai, Gulcharan Chulai.
Of course, Leeward Islands in their second innings in the first round as well got bowled out for just 100 runs. So only 164 across their first 2 innings. Would want to improve upon that.
Well,
doesn't seem like the easiest pitch to bat on there either.
I think we need to have a look at that last delivery again. Wasn't signaled no ball, but it looked a bit high to me. After this delivery, Athanaze is looking good since coming to the crease. At the end of 15, it's 32 for the loss of 3.
Well, that continuing trend from what we saw at that Gilbert Park ground where Leeward were bowled out for 64 and then 100. Windward Islands are now 30 for 7.
Yeah, and thanks to our producer there, Dylan, we saw that last delivery. Looked to me as though it was over waist high. The umpire signaling he's in the better position. But yes, 30 for 7, Dylan. That is Very surprising. Well, you're saying it's not quite surprising because of what we saw in the last game there.
They're playing against Jamaica as well, who struggled at this venue here at the NCC. 5 for 10 for Adrian Silveira. Very well done by him. Left arm quick to Jamaica. Sean James as well would have come back from the under-19 World Cup, picking up 2. That's only 12 overs that have gone by in that match. And just across the highway in Shanali Park, Trinidad and Tobago at 37 for 5 into 13 overs having been bowled.
Well, the informed batsman Brendan Budu is going for a duck. Surprisingly as well.
Damani Roach 3 for 16.
Brendan Budu would have had a half century in the last game. 52. It's gone for a duck. Windward Islands 30 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago 37 for 5.
So that Barbados bowling attack continuing to show their well-rounded skills. Each piecer having bowled so far, picking up at least a wicket. 3 for Roach, who showed promising signs when we saw him here just a few days ago, and that's really short from Atmaya. This time it is signal wide.
Too short from Atmaya, and at his piece as well. I don't think I want to be bowling that short or anything short. It's 2 batsmen looking to repair the innings for the Leeward Islands team. .33 for 3. Well, I think it's safe to say that Leeward Islands would have had the better morning when it comes to batting, Dylan, in all of the matches that is being played.
That is quite does put the matches into perspective. I wouldn't have played at any of these grounds, but I know you played quite a bit of cricket. Would you have played at any of that in Shanali or Gilbert Park grounds?
I've played at this venue, the National Cricket Centre, at Gilbert Park as well, yes. At school cricket.
Was it difficult to bat across there?
I don't find so. I really don't. I found it easy to bat with the little batting that I had to do. And normally we see the Gilbert Park pitch offering lots of runs. So a couple of the Red Force warm-up matches as well being played there in the lead up to the 4-day tournament in previous years. So Lewis doing the right thing, just keeping it tight. Not looking to try too much. Only rare delivery I've seen from him was that or those short pitch deliveries. Coach and manager of the Leeward Islands team.
Just settling underneath that tent.
Driving sweetly but not timed as well as he would like. Only one.
Just one slip in place as compared to what we saw earlier. That fly slip is still in position. It's interesting that they have gone with that fly slip as opposed to that regulation third man. Strengthen that on side as well.
Good cricket there from Lewis and DeAndre Drew. Drew just getting in behind those deliveries. I'm sure our cameraman, there he is. I was just about to say that Kadir would have picked up the plane. I was flying across the venue. And there he is. A wonderful shot.
Well, he's taking a northward turn now.
I think the Leeward Islands team will want to follow a similar direction and take that scoring rate as the innings progresses, though, in a northern direction. Dylan, I heard that was your ride home and it came a bit early, realizing you're still working, and just telling you that they'll be back a bit later for you.
Well, that would have been my ride to get here. They just stayed back to watch a bit of the action this morning.
Well, 34 for 3 after 17. Drew on 13, Atenes on 7. Oh, that was very close. Look at that.
Well, it landed right in front of him.
Well, it landed and just plugged in front of the stumps. That could have easily, on another day, that could have easily rolled onto the stumps.
Kept quite calm, didn't panic or look to... Well, that's 6 wickets for Jaden Seals across in Guyana. His best figures in Test match cricket. 6 for 61. And Andre Berger unable to last as long as he did in the first innings. Able to clean up that last wicket much more effectively with the West Indies.
Well, Seals deserved the burger after having 5. Can tell you that much. Picking up the 6th and a good sharp catch as well off his own bowling.
You love some burgers yourself.
I really don't fancy the burgers, Dylan. But anyway, West Indies dismissing South Africa across in Guyana for 246. Edging is he? Yes, he is, and he's given. Hetmeyer strikes. He picks up his first. Atenes has to go. And that's the 4th nail in the coffin for Leeward Islands. 34 for 4.
Well, every single one of these seam bowlers this morning have gotten their reward. Not one of them missing out, and continues to grow the confidence in this bowling attack that's really operating in a team effort.
Definitely credit to Hetmeyer. excellent bowling, a nagging line and length, just outside that off stump, just on about the fourth stump line. And Attorney is caught napping, he's prodding at one, and picked up the outside edge.
New batsman Carlton Pluck. What can he pluck out of this innings?
Hetmeyer's tail would definitely be up now as he moves further into his spell after picking up that wicket. Getting a smell of blood there, Hetmeyer, just as Lewis did from the northern end. Van Lang, Wharton, Hetmeyer and Lewis, they all have one wicket apiece now, and that's good to see. Short, loud appeal, not out, says the umpire.
Looked to have missed that one there, Carlton Pluck. Seems excitement about it more than anything from the Guyanese bowlers. Let's have a little closer look at it. Certainly didn't look to get any contact on that. The ball continued in its pretty similar arc where it tends to start dropping on the wicket keeper.
Yeah, the first slips reaction tells me that there was no edge there. Convincingly played out into the offside. And his head raised into the air as though he's thankful for getting off the mark. At the end of 18, it's 35 for 4. 1 wicket apiece for Wharton, Lewis, Hetmeyer and Van Lange.
Well, the entry Drew has been there since his second ball of the day. 52 deliveries for his 13 runs, coming in at number 3. After that wicket fell for his ball. He's looked to just dig in and try to make something of this innings after watching wickets fall from the other end. Not really able to build a meaningful partnership with anyone else yet.
I think he's playing a good innings. He's looking to hold the innings together at least. Guyana, though, they would want to continue to pick up wickets. They would want to dismiss him. He just needs one person to stand up with him and battle on. Build a solid partnership, a big partnership. That's what the Leeward Islands team needs. Put some pressure back onto the Guyanese team.
There's a bit of respite out there for all involved as a crowd moves over and just provides a bit of shade and nicely just nudged away. Soft hands from Carlton Pluck. Come back for 2.
Plucker's only faced 4 deliveries and I already like the look of him. The manner in which he's approaching.
Definitely looked to have some character coming out there. Got himself off the mark quite quickly. Just a single looked to be quite effortless. Now he's just gone lofted over that one side. Getting close to the boundary, but able to clean it up. Trying to run aggressively there as well Again, Carlton pluck and, well, DeAndre Drew has been there for a while, so he's certainly looking to continue running and building a partnership with anyone that he can. Pluck now moves on to 5 in little to no time. So at the beginning of this over, look to do a bit of gardening, see him taking a nice walk away from the crease between those deliveries just to refocus and reset.
He's looking to play his shots and he's playing confidently. That's the most important thing. Despite there being 4 wickets lost behind him and behind Drew, he's come out there and he is looking confident as can be. This could very well be the partnership that could bear some fruit for the Leeward Islands team. Look at that, pulling nicely. That's going to be 4. The second boundary of the morning, this time off the bat of Carlton Pluck.
Well, only 2 boundaries so far for the morning. Really does tell the story of what we've seen, but that was so confidently played. Would have swore that he was at the crease for the entire morning so far, but just 7 deliveries and looking to have certainly read the situation and the pitch for what it's offering.
How will Lewis respond? Good delivery, pitched up nicely. At the end of 19, it's 43 for 4. Looking at that delivery again. Well, that looked as though that it came off the face of the bat. Maya to continue for Guyana, southern end of the National Cricket Centre. So Maya, known for his supreme skills with the bat, this one slashed away. This could be 4 more. Yes, it is. Racing along the green carpet here at the National Cricket Centre. And it seemed as though the approach of Pluck this morning has rubbed off on DeAndre Drew. Disdainfully dealt with was that short pitch delivery. Dylan Sharma is also keeping a keen look on some football that's taking place. That's the Premier League. He's just slid out of his chair to tell me that he's disappointed with something. What's that, Dylan?
Well, it's not about the team for me. It's just about players that I have in my fantasy team.
So on wide outside the off stump. 2 more deliveries remaining in the 20th over.
Full toss there, low full toss, but able to run a single. Good fielding there.
Yeah, the big man Van Lange had some work to do. Short pluck. Looking to pull. He's not going to back down from a challenge. That completes 20. It's 49 for the loss of 4. Twenty overs has been bowled this morning, and it looks as though Dylan Sharma, we're going to see the first sign of spin.
Well, 20 overs seem to be a cue now for spin to come in.
Van Lange ensuring that he gets his fielders in the right positions. Gulcharan Cholai is the man coming in from the northern end.
Some left arm spin. No doubt of taking some inspiration from Kudakesh Muti and Veersamy Permaul, as we were speaking about earlier.
He starts well though. Starts very well as the left arm orthodox spinner.
Those left arm spinners do like bowling from that northern end. So Carter in the last match at this venue with some huge success from that end. No real turn as yet. Early on in the game.
Well, he's not giving the ball much air. He's just bowling quite flat at the moment.
Does look to be a bit round armish as well.
He has a bit of a similar action to Axar Patel.
I do see that.
.21 overs done and dusted. 49 for 4, maiden over from Gulcharan Cholai, that is. The entree Drew still there on 18, battling hard on 63 deliveries faced. Looks as though more spin from the Guyanese unit. Latif, Riyad Latif, coming into the attack. Good delivery outside the off stump. Looking to invite Carlton Pluck. Too short. Pluck missing out. I don't think the delivery got up as he would have liked. There's something for you, Dylan Sharma.
Well, United would have begun that Premier League season quite successfully. We have quite a few fans of that team working with us.
Latif serving up his leggies. Leg spinner, Riyad Latif. Oh, Pluck plays this one hard back down the ground. That's 4. Ferocious batting here from Carlton Pluck.
Just had to duck and cover and get out of the way of that one. Really difficult to stop that on its way towards the boundary. Had that boundary's name written all over it, and again continuing to cover that drain so no balls are lost there, as we saw happen twice in the last match.
Pluck not afraid to strike the ball. Not afraid to get back to ball. This time he's driving again. Short, wide, left alone into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. That completes 22. 54 for the loss of 4. 50 coming up in that over for the Leeward Islands team. Kuchar and Chulai to continue from the northern end. Driving out to extra cover. Van Langen just making sure that his fielders are in the perfect positions that where he wants them. And Cholai continues to bowl quick through the air. He continues to bowl flat. I think he needs to give the ball some air here. Let the ball talk a bit. See what the pitch is offering.
I think a lot of that might be due to pitches that he might have grown up playing on. More just drive it into the pitch quickly and then still get vicious turn off of it.
Well, I was too short and too wide and not dealt with in the best vein if I'm true. Yeah, we know pitches in Guyana tends to turn quite a lot. Be a bit slow as well at times.
Quite a different sort of pitch we're seeing for the test match there right now. Going back now, DeAndre Drew. Maya now into his fifth to, well, Teeth to begin his second over with some more of his leggies. Got away from Pluck, continuing to show some good signs here, almost catching up to Drew's score.
The Pluck is on a run of all 16 at the moment. Very slow morning of cricket all around. At in Shinali Park as well, at Gilbert Park and at the National Cricket Centre. Not at the Guyana National Stadium though.
52 for 9 at Gilbert Park now for the Windward Islands. And all sorts of trouble there. Trinidad and Tobago 64 for 6. Slightly better situation. And Leeward's now in the best situation batting wise.
Too wide from Latif, and I think a similar approach from him as well. Bowling flat.
Yeah, just about to say, I think both of them have been a bit too quick this morning. Well,
oh my. That Krypton spun immensely, Dylan Sharma.
he's found some rhythm now. That was really difficult to play.
Boy, oh boy. Devendra Pishu would be happy with that if he's locked on.
That must be one of his inspirations. Growing up, would have looked at him bowl a lot.
.56 for the loss of 4.
July into his third over, just one run so far he's conceded. That one went straight to cover, but it's a bump ball, no real sort of appeal there.
Pluck edging. This could run away for 4. Admire doing some good work, covering some good ground to get to that one.
Yeah, I don't think he timed it quite well enough to get it all the way for 4.
Approaching that luncheon interval.
Driven nicely down to long off Pluck, continuing to go at a runner ball. Doesn't seem to be content going any slower than that.
Yeah, and this is good cricket from Carlton. Pluck. He's just taken the momentum of the innings up just a bit. And notably, he has not done anything out of the ordinary. He's played the ball on his merit. If the ball is there to put away, he has done just that. And if it's there to defend or just stroke out into the deep cover region or down to long on or long off for a single, he's doing that nicely, Dylan.
I think he has. It hasn't looked to really force any deliveries that aren't there to be hit. Just seemed to have found those gaps at will. He's also brought Drew's batting along with him, helping him to feel more comfortable after putting in hard work this morning.
Edging and dropped. The reaction from the bowler and the keeper tells the story. That was the chance there to get that wicket of Deontay Drew. In and out. Skipper not happy, the bowler not happy, and who will be happy with that? That's the end of 25. It's 59 for 4.
Well, the skipper is right up there in his ear. Sure to give him a few thoughts on that drop. The ball was right there for him to catch as well. Don't want to be putting those down.
Well, Kyle Verena, or actually Wian Mulder, hasn't put one down at slip, because the first wicket for South Africa has just fallen. Mikhail Louis, the first man to go for 4 for West Indies, as they look to get 263 for victory in that third test, Dylan.
He is very vulnerable outside that off stump. Remember, well, sweeping now, Carlton. Pluck. Just gonna get 1. Well, it's gonna get 4. He's gonna 4 byes. Didn't get any contact on that. Just sort of went through everyone, and the piece that Latif is bowling at is sneaking down to that boundary quite quickly.
You can't afford to spray deliveries down the leg side.
Well, it would have been Drew on strike, my apologies. Well,
Actually, Pluck.
Pluck on strike now. Driving now, but still good feeling there at the point.
extracting some generous turn here is Latif. Just needs to settle. Riyad Latif be a bit more consistent with his line and length.
He has looked a bit more settled as far as compared to Gucharan Chulai.
Definitely.
Even so, as a leg spinner, it does take you some time to get into your spell. As we would have seen in the last game from Laws when he was bowling, Jamaican, went 9 overs for 36 and came on in day 2 and took 2 early wickets. Certainly as a leg spinner as well, takes you a bit more time to read the pitch when you're not too accustomed to it. Chulai certainly kept things quite tight regardless. As that slip in place and he's packed that offside.
Yeah, I like the fact that Chulai is bowling to his field. Well, apart from those straightish deliveries that could take the inside edge or be turned away, this partnership building up nicely to 30 or 52. And it is a partnership that was very much needed by the Leeward Islands.
Plucker and Drew both equal on 19 now. Six fielders in that offside. 7 fielders, including the slip. And he's bowled him. Those stumps have been dismantled. Carlton Pluck, well, disappointing way to end his innings.
Is that dismissal again? Pluck leaving alone a delivery on the line of the off stump. Just holding its line, that delivery. And he would consider himself very, very unlucky there, having left that one alone. He would have realized that Chulai is not turning the ball as much.
Well, the ball hasn't really been turning all that much, especially from Chulai. So all you really have to do is just protect the line of your stumps.
Exactly.
It's not leaving the bat at any sort of angle, so it's just about basics.
Well. 5 wickets down, 64 on the board. The last score, Trinidad and Tobago, they were 61 for 6, was it, Dylan?
61 for 6. They're now 72 for 7. 60 for 9 is the Windward Islands.
So all of the matches right around there in the same score line. Leeward Islands still on top with 64 for 5.
How suited it is there that Pollard from Barbados has now taken 2 wickets against Trinidad. Brings you back to CPL memories when Kyron Pollard would have been playing for the Barbados Tridents, as they were called back then. Jakeem Pollard, a young up-and-coming left-arm quick.
And speaking about back then, only yesterday I was looking at a video posted by CPL when Kyron Pollard would have been looking to pull Kesrick Williams and he was playing for Barbados Tridents and he lost his bat. The bat went all the way to the square leg umpire.
I think I do remember that, but I have seen that quite a few times over the years by many different batsmen. I saw it as recently as this year. Can't quite remember which tournament it would have been in.
Good thing for Guyana, the spinners bowling in partnerships. And they were able to break an important partnership as well. Another thing though, DeAndre Drew is still there.
Continues to stand up and put his hand up. Would have felt a bit more at ease with that partnership of 30 odd with Pluck, but now has to start afresh with Richards.
Navindra Sankar has now found his way into the attack, replacing Riyad Latif.
Just looking to change things up. Higher arm action and deposited into that one side. So well timed from Richards. It's going to go away for a certain 4 to get himself off the mark.
Yeah, well put away. Full toss. Served up nicely. And taken full advantage of there by Richards.
Still looking to be positive here. Haven't seen many boundaries throughout this session. And if the wickets are going to be falling, you might as well make as much use of those wickets as you can. And have continued to see them keep the field up on the leg side. So once you're able to time the ball well enough, you can take advantage of those close-in fielders. Hands on heads from Sankar. Tossing it up again is Sankar. Has looked to put a lot of air on the ball compared to the other spinners we've seen so far.
That was a furious throw in there at the non-striker's end, and the bowler was struck just on his ankle. Doesn't look too comfortable there as he walked back to his bowling mark. This may be the last over before lunch. Just about 12 p.m.
Unless you've changed the time of lunch, it's certain to be the last over. Continues to be some good shade for players out there as clouds continue to roll by.
It's a good delivery there from Sankar. One more delivery remaining in the over.
It's our first session to an end from the Leeward Islands. 28 overs able to survive. 69 for 5. DeAndre Drew being the top scorer, and all of the Guyana bowlers getting in on the action except for Sankar and Latif, but everyone else getting wickets.
Yeah, definitely a good session of cricket from Guyana. They would have certainly topped that session after they have been asked to bowl first this morning. Leeward Islands winning the toss and looking to bat first, and immediately they would have lost a wicket on the very first ball of the morning. But it's good to see that they have held up nicely at 69 for 5, and as Dylan said, of course, it has been a good morning of cricket for both teams. And of course, if we are looking at all of the other games that are being played, Leeward Islands certainly having the best performance with the bat this morning. So, when we have action after lunch, we'll be back with more in about half an hour's time.
Welcome back to playing the post-lunch session here at the National Cricket Centre in Couva. Chulai to continue on wicket for only 5 runs in his 4 overs so far. Has that slip in place as he did before lunch. Yantri Drew continuing to show some mental strength out there. 85 deliveries, no doubt would have been tough for him. Seen wickets continually fall at the other end. Of course, one thing to note about the Leeward Islands innings so far is that even though 5 wickets have fallen, they didn't fall in clusters. So they fell at regular intervals, and that's going straight on with the arm. Big appeal, but umpire has not moved on that instance. Looks like it impacted him outside. Would have gone on to maybe hit the stumps, but not too much going for it. Still hasn't found too much turn on the surface as yet. Of course, even though left-arm spinners do like bowling from that northern end, has seemed to be the end that's a bit less conducive to turn on this pitch at least. Starts off with a maiden over after lunch. And just sort of think back to earlier on today as we see umpire Peter Nero continuing to do his thorough analysis of these other umpires and these young players out here. Always prepared with his cameras at strategic placements. Latif will continue his attack from the southern end as well. Continue to keep that strong offside field, only 3 fielders on the leg side. The offside field has 3 players at that cover region, trying to really keep it tight there and force the batsman to try to target the onside and play against the turn, and that's a lovely spot that he's found right after lunch and a bit of turn away from the batsman. Great ball there from Latif to begin, and this time he's driving through the offside as Drew sneaks a single. Those 4 fielders in the offside unable to synchronize themselves and stop that from going for at least a run. Now Drew is back on strike. Richards got off the mark in that previous delivery. Forward and defending. Final ball of the 2-tier over Richards to take strike. damage done to batting team. CWI continues and is leaving that Richards as it goes in its continued straight line. Not able to get much turn out of the surface, continuing to sort of just force it in. And now he's gotten some turn, has CWI. Soft hands from Drew and just falling short of that slip fielder. Looks like batsman just having a bit of a discussion there. Sure, Richards would have seen that turn from the other end. Now just nervously forward and sneaking a run into the leg side. Drew's brought up a quarter century. 26 he's on now. Oh, that's just again nervously pushed by Richards. Just cleaned up down that third man area from Hetmeyer. This time again, just playing inside the line. Turned away from him, but a bit too short to cause any real damage. Ooh, and he's turning it and edging it, and he's gonna have to go as Drew. Was a lovely delivery, finally able to get some more purchase from the surface and just nervously getting forward there, Drew, and he'd be quite disappointed after all the hard work he's put in. Pretty much batted all morning. Now after lunch break, he's gonna have to depart. 7 runs, 2 wickets. Gulcharan CWI, and he's really worked himself into this spell now. So Israel Morton, new batsman to come to the crease and join Richards. Richards still quite new to the crease as well, so it's quite a rebuilding effort that's going to need to be displayed here by Leeward Islands players. Just across in Gilbert Park, Windward Islands have been dismissed 92 all out, which eventually turned out to be quite a effort. Edmund Moranci scoring 26, along with Cody Fontel scoring 23 in that last wicket partnership. A last wicket partnership of exactly 40 runs. Latif is now back. Cutting there is Richards, but no contact. Adrian Silvera in that match at Gilbert Park, eventually ending up with 6 for 10. Some brilliant figures for the left armour. Richards unable to pace that infield. Tries again, but so many fielders in that offside. Hard to really pick a gap out. Once he continues to play that ball along the ground, he should not be in too much danger. Now he's going leg side in that vacant area, so Slip is going to have to chase after it. And to no avail as he gets 4 byes, unable to make contact with that. Second time we've seen a ball go to that area there by that newly cleaned sight screen. Second time we've seen those 4 byes go down there. If I'm not mistaken, off the same bowler as well. Meanwhile, at Inshanali Park, Trinidad and Tobago now 93 for 8. Wickets continuing to fall there. Christian Lal, the top scorer so far, 28 from 47. Driving is Richards. Really grueling conditions out there according to my weather app. 35 degrees and feels like 42. The humidity factored in, and it's really quite tough, and that's come in quite a bit from Chulai. This time he's really got that arm ball to deliver and disturb the batsman. Kept a bit low as well to magnify its effect. Swept from Morton. 4th ball of his innings so far, and it's gone all the way to the boundary. Fielder chased after that, but the ball was much further ahead of him. Raced away. Gets himself off the mark with 4 runs. Lies playing nervously around, well, bowling, and Morton's playing nervously around that one. Over comes to an end. Almost. Just forward again. And will retain the strike. Teeth comes back in. Look to be a bit more effort into that delivery. Just something about it. This time went inward. Might have just been the googly from Riyad Latif. Suddenly looked to catch the batsman by surprise. And this time he's bowling that unplayable delivery. Riyad Latif turned away from him quite beautifully. 4 dot balls into his 6th over. Maiden over for Riyad Latif. Welcome back, Fisham, Mr. Lalman from his extended lunch break. Well, it wasn't quite an extended lunch break.
Thank you, Dylan. Good afternoon to everyone who's viewing at the moment. And we saw the first wicket falling after the luncheon interval. Finally, Drew being dismissed. Dontre Drew was there for quite a while. Not too sure he enjoyed his time out there, but most importantly for Guyana though, they're able to make an early breakthrough. Erat Richards, 2 of 15. And Israel Morton, 5 of 12. Cholai has picked up 2 wickets. He's bowling very well. He's on song here. After that luncheon interval. Oh, this one is into the air. Played over that mid-on fielder. And has that gone all the way for 6? It has. Umpire Lyndon Rajkumar stretches his arms. Have a look at that again. Well pitched up and absolutely thumped. Over long on for 6. Eret Richards with the first maximum of this encounter. Looking for the ball as we speak. Dylan Sharma has left us. He's already on the other end of the ground.
That's an area where many balls get lost in this ground.
Oh my, almost didn't see you come back in so quickly there, Dylan.
Well, I try to move quite quickly between the wickets.
Well, the ball seems to be back. Chulai. Oh, keeping low. Very low. Good comeback. And as per normal, we see the delivery that followed the maximum being pushed quickly. It's good to see that slip fielder being maintained for Chulai and all of the spinners. Just outside the off stump, beating the outside edge of the bat of Eret Richards. 35 overs have been bowled. It's 88 for the loss of 6. Remember, it's the Cricket West Indies Men's Under-17 Championship being played right here in Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad, of course, Gilbert Park, Inshanali Park, and the National Cricket Centre.
Winward's were earlier bowled out for 92. Trinidad and Tobago have crossed 100. Now 107 for 8.
Short back to the bowler. Just short of him.
Christian Lal now on 41 from 58. Alongside him, Kadir Juman and Johnson Gadjadar still remain to bat.
Driving sweetly, finds the gap, and that's 4.
Morton and Richards seem to come out here with quite some impetus in their innings. Morton got off the mark by sweeping in that same region, while Gulcharan would have been bowling from the other end. And we just saw that 6 from Richards. So at least looking towards building up some runs even as the wickets fall, and this time he's trying to sort of pull sweep that.
A quicker delivery there from Latif.
That delivery certainly caught him off guard.
I think it's just heading down the leg side and went on with the arm. Looked to have been released out of the front of the hand as well. 92 for the loss of 6. It's much better from Latif. Sneak one there. And Morton. That guy by the name of Christian Lal, Trinidad and Tobago. What a great young cricketer, young wicketkeeper batsman he is. It's like Morton, or actually Richards, playing it out to mid-off. Christian Lal has shown what he can do, and hence he has earned his, well, everyone has earned their position on the various regional teams.
Certainly, as a keeper in this modern day, you must be able to bat quite well, and he is showing that at an early stage. Morton here is batting and reminds me back to that player, Renako Morton.
Yeah, certainly. What a player he was. Renaco Morton would have lived in South Trinidad for a number of years alongside Dave Mohammed.
Well, South Trinidad is certainly the better part of Trinidad.
Yeah, definitely. And just to narrow in to where they would have lived. A loud appeal for leg before, and he's given. Morton has to go. CWI strikes. That's his third.
I feel responsible for that dismissal. We were just talking up the name Morton and just played around that. Again, just a straight delivery. Just coming one to him. No real turn or much of any misbehavior from the surface. Because even the turn is quite easy to track on the surface. Whereas it's the bounce that tends to get you. But it didn't really bounce that awkwardly either.
He's squared up. Pitched on about middle and leg and going on to hit maybe middle and off.
But just as you said earlier, he does remind you a bit of Aksar Patel in his bowling. And those sorts of dismissals do remind me of that 2021 Test series where he was all over England.
Yeah, definitely. And just like that, CWI has a 3. And he has a chance of picking up a 5 here at the National Cricket Centre. Speaking about Renaco Morton and Dave Mohammed being next door neighbours, Crystal View, Manahambri in Princestown. Also, that's when you're narrowing into the best part of Trinidad and you say south, you also have to narrow into the best part of south, and that's Princestown. Dylan would beg to differ, I'm sure.
Well, I'm okay with just the south area.
Quicker there. Takes the inside edge.
Well, that inside edge brought that ball quite some distance.
Jaheim Clark, the new batsman, picks up 2 immediately.
No relation to Michael Clark. In case you might have been confused out there. Also, just earlier we saw that 6 from Jaden Seals across in Guyana, and we saw 6-10 from Adrian Silveira across at Gilbert Park. Jamaica now beginning their response in that match.
Just also no relation to McKenny Clark.
Another young up-and-coming fast bowler.
Kenny Clark coming out of St. Lucia. Very well played there by Jaheim Clark. This time he's looking to drive forcefully and taking the inside edge again. Only 1 to complete 37th. It is 96 for the loss of 7. Cameraman has honed in on one of the Guyanese substitute. And
Oh, great work on finding that. I can't quite see where he even found that player. Probably just underneath us.
I think Guyana wouldn't want to let a partnership build up here on the Leeward Islands now, with 96 for 7 on the board. They want to close off this innings as quickly as possible. These remaining 3 wickets, they want to get that as quickly as possible.
Well, Van Lange looks to be coming back. Captain wants to clean it up himself. Putting in a slip. Well, not even sure if he's putting in a slip or if he's just there to tie the keeper's shoelaces.
Oh, he actually has remained there. That's Latif. So he's gonna be at first slip.
He's that third man. Sort of wideish gully. Point fielder, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, short mid wicket, that is. And well, just badly lined. Fielder behind square is quite square, so keeper had to field that one himself.
There's also that wide, fine leg fielder who's lined himself up. Not back on the boundary, has been brought in just a bit by a couple meters by Van Lange. Oh, this is expertly driven back past the mid-off fielder. And this is going to be 4 more to Eret Richards.
Richards certainly looks a good player here, certainly looks the part. Is trying to capitalize as well as he can upon this innings as he tries to fly high.
100 comes up as well in the process. And yet again, Dylan's ride has come back and he's still not ready. Bit angry with you there, Dylan. They're saying a bit angry that you aren't ready to leave. Ooh, this is a good delivery again by Van Lange, but it's getting a bit too straight though at times.
Yeah, it looks as if he's trying to target the stump, so I think that's at least a good plan from him. That first delivery just lined down the leg side. Just a miscalculation, but trying to target the stumps, at least with that variable bounce we see every now and then. It's increasing his chances of methods he could get his wickets by. Clark comes back on strike now, so Van Lange would certainly fancy his chances a bit more.
Looking to pull his struck. Have a look at that again. That one climbing on him. Struck on the helmet, it seems, Jaheim Clark.
No, there's certainly going to be a bit of a pause here. So he gets himself checked out, all the relevant checks.
Ooh.
Certainly would need to show that he's 100% before continuing. I haven't seen a physio going out there.
A nasty delivery there from Jonathan Van Lange. But taking his eye off it though, Jaheim Clark, and he got into a real innocuous position to play the pull shot. In the meantime, news coming in from Guyana. is that West Indies, they are 47 for the loss of 1. Craig Brathwaite, he is on 21 of 43. Kisikati is on 15 of 32.
Well, it seems the medical staff were just caught sleeping there, finally making their way out. Looks like we'll have a drinks break as well, so take that break and be right back with you.
Welcome back to the action in round 2 of the Cricket West Indies Men's Under 17 Championship from the National Cricket Centre, Balmain, Couva, Trinidad. 102 for 7, Leeward Islands batting first, winning the toss and electing to do so. Down the leg side, good take there by Wilkinson, the wicket keeper. 38 overs have been completed. And that's the score, 102 for the loss of 7. I'm sure they're going to stick with Gulcharan Chulai from the northern end. This time peeling off the outside edge.
Continues to be very hot out there. It's like 42. Well, that's Yorker Langton. Lucky that didn't end up near the stumps. Keeper in a bit of discomfort.
Well, it looked as though if he collected that, could have executed a stumping. Looking to hoik this one over a deep mid wicket. Only managing one. Needs to be careful here, Jaheim Clark and Ered Richards, especially with the ball keeping low. You don't want to be playing back. Swan goes and goes all the way for 6.
Well, certainly gonna have to fetch that one back. Look for that ball in that thick area of lush trees. He's behind there already, someone. Searching. Search party deployed. Lovely hit that was. Timed it beautifully and got 6 runs as his reward. Jaheim Clark joining in on the fun now as well. Well, not able to recover that ball. New, well, replacement ball sent out, and excitement about it right away from Gulcharan, as well as his wicket keeper.
Looked to be the bat hitting ground there, Dylan. Bat was jammed down into the ground. And Ghani's head coach is out there.
Well, if they were just taking a look at the scores from the other encounters, they might just want to try to pass that Trinidad and Tobago score so they could be the highest scoring team in this first innings. Leeward Islands support staff across on the other end of the ground from where we just saw those Guyanese support staff underneath a tent, gaining some much needed shelter. You also see in Guyana, Craig Brathwaite's made his way to a quarter century.
Ever wondered why a quarter century is not celebrated, Dylan?
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe it's because of the odd numbers involved.
It's well played. Getting the bat down in time.
Probably shouldn't be celebrated, but you could always look forward to it personally as a batsman as you make those small objectives in your innings instead of bigger picture.
Yes, definitely. And I found that in this contest here now this afternoon, with Van Lange getting into his second spell, I thought that this spell he looked a bit quicker.
Ian Mulder continues his disastrous bowling across in Guyana as Craig Brathwaite has sent a LBW appeal upstairs, originally given out. It's a bit wide from Van Lange and it's cut onto the ground from Richards. That's quite plumb. Brathwaite's going to have to go for an early tee.
And again, Brathwaite getting dismissed, playing around the front pad, getting across to the off stump. Short in the air, this could be out. And it's not out, says the umpire. Is it a dead ball? Yeah, dead ball being signaled. Well, well, well. Dead ball signaled by the umpire.
Well, Physio's gonna have some more running out there to do. Has had a busy spell so far since lunch. Of course, in this under 17 format at youth level, you always want to be safe, and against both pacers and spinners, helmets required. You can't have those close infielders like short leg and silly point. So again, as batsman gets some treatment there, take a short break.
Well, before we take that break, Dylan, I think it's a good time to update the viewers on the law. If there's a ball strike on a player with or without helmet, then the umpires act under law 20.4.2 to call dead ball, and this will take place from the moment the head strike occurred. Remember, you saw the umpire As soon as the batsman was struck on the head, he immediately signaled dead ball. So hence that's the reason why he did so.
But is that just for balls that impact upon the helmet right away, or even if you get some bat and then it goes towards the helmet?
Well, even if you get back, that's what I'm seeing here.
So I guess that's something put in place for this youth tournament, or is that just a regular law that I've yet to work out?
Well, I think it's a regular law. It's part of the concussion protocol. As we can look a bit further.
Yes, in the grand scheme of things, the concussion protocol is still relatively new compared to many older laws. I'll certainly be not the first or last to admit that I've never really read those laws in great detail.
Good delivery there from Chulai. Just outside the off stump. Pitching, gripping and turning. Bit too short there to interest the batsman.
Oh, that was short and kept a bit low. It's outside, just a bit too wide for Clark to get much contact on, so they'll end up running two buys, I believe. Yes, two buys.
1-1-1 for the loss of 7. Nelson on the board. Down the leg side again. This one could run away. It's going to stop just before that boundary. So getting a bit too straight now is Van Lange. Just maybe tiring a bit.
Yeah, I'd like to see Wharton back in. Not sure which end he would come back from.
I haven't seen Wharton in quite a while.
CWI is sort of locked down the other end, but if Wharton were to come back from that end, it mightn't be too bad of an idea to get the leg spinner back in from this end.
Flicked away. Only looking for one, and they'll get it easily.
Clark onto double figures now. Richards certainly building his way into this innings. Seem quite at ease at the crease, both of the batsmen.
Pulling just short of the fielder CWI at short mid-wicket.
Well, that's up in the air down to that third man fielder. It's a bit edgy there from Richards, but no damage in the end.
All in all, I'd say it's a good bowling performance from Guyana thus far. I think that they should be looking to close off the innings now.
Yeah, I think runs are just flowing a bit, but certainly don't look out of it here.
Can't
Continue.
understand why we haven't seen Wharton back just yet. As you said, he's bowled him. CWI picks up his fourth and looking to go for a big heave ho over deep mid wicket and absolutely done over.
Well, that's why we haven't seen Wharton back yet. CWI just wants to continue his havoc that he's been wreaking here. 4 for 28 and he's after 5. The set batsman of the two and Richards has to go now. Clark has to find a new partner to take them towards the end of their innings here. 116 for 8.
And as soon as a wicket fell here at the National Cricket Centre, one almost fell in Guyana. Catch taken. Cathy was disappointed. And then he looked at the umpire. The umpire signaled no ball and he has some life again, Dylan.
Well, we are Mulder not going to be happy with that. doesn't bowl with all that much pace and striving for some extra to his own detriment. Here what we see this match is just in that first match that they had in the first round at this venue, after lunch, we tended to see them go with a piece at one end, spinner at the other end. So that tactic has continued to bear fruit. Now, I don't really have much of an issue with Van Lange continuing to bowl. I just think hasn't quite looked as threatening as Wharton, which is why I would have gone with Wharton instead.
Micah Mackenzie, the new batsman.
No relation to Kirk or Neil.
(116) for the loss of 8. Loud appeal for leg before, not out, says the umpire.
Shulai after 5 here. 4 for 28. 4 by 7 equals 28, so 7 runs for his wickets. Comes in again, and it's a Yorker length delivery. Troubling Mackenzie just a bit, but not enough to dislodge him. And just bowling accurately on that off stump line. Just back and cutting into the offside. And delivery away from a wicket maiden here. And Chulai is not going to get to that wicket maiden as Mackenzie just nudges that to the onside for 1 as he gets off the mark. 117 for 8 it stands as now, and Now welcome into the commentary booth, Mr. Liam Mamchan.
Good afternoon to you, Dylan, and all our viewers. Doesn't seem like there's much left here for Leeward Islands. 117 for 8.
As much as this game might look like it's progressing at such a rate, Trinidad and Tobago already bowled out for 121. Barbados replying with 12 for none after just 2 overs. Carter again starting off in quick fashion.
We know how Carter goes about it. So wide from Van Lange. Signal wide, you don't see that. You don't see that too often in red ball cricket.
And it's the second time today I've seen that as well. I don't really think it was warranted the first time, to be honest.
Skipper Van Lange would have represented Guyana in the under 19 competition earlier this year. In fact, just about last month, so he's been playing a lot of cricket. Short and pulled away. There's a man down there at deep, fine leg, but he's not going to be able to stop that one. It goes for 4.
Yeah, Van Lange has not quite found his rhythm in this second spell after lunch. 1 for 17, now 1 for 21 might look okay on paper, but there's quite a lot of buys involved there as well, as he lined up quite a few deliveries with down leg. There was some wide towards the offside as well that just bounced awkwardly. The keeper wasn't able to field. Also in Gilbert Park, Jamaica, replying to Windward Islands 92 with 13 for 3, so trouble all around there, and trouble in Guyana as well, as Mulder amends his mistake in the last over, and Carty has to go now. Not able to capitalize upon that error from Mulder, and you see the players coming together here. Oh, it was the end of the over, so Van Lange's over has come to an end. Tarantula after 5 now.
He's looking for that 5th wicket. James Clark and Michael McKenzie. Not something to say about that. Michael McKenzie was unfortunate to be left out of the under 19 World Cup squad. He was, in parts of the preparation into some of the West Indies camps.
Well, he's driven that one down to long off. There is that short mid-wicket fielder just runs in to ensure of that. And he's going into that onside again as McKenzie. Just a half-hearted hoik. Get through for a single. Was very full and just able to get under that, and again quite full.
Bit of resistance being shown here from Clark and McKenzie. Partnership 8 of 16. It's been mostly McKenzie on strike.
It's going to be Van Lans to continue into his 11th over now. He is the captain of the team.
Yeah, I'm not sure he should have continued here. Other piece, Wharton hasn't returned since his first spell, and I think just could use a change up here. Hopefully he proves me wrong.
Good
His
delivery there
opinion.
outside the off stump.
Has been nibbling it around, but not really looking too threatening.
Dylan, we were here just a couple of days ago for the Barbados game, and Barbados and Jamaica. We saw that pitch changed quite a lot. So yeah, you've been here throughout the day. What do you think about the way that the pitch has played in comparison to that game?
Certainly hasn't turned as much as what we saw in that game, and that's a lovely drive from Mackenzie through the offside. It's just gonna run close to the boundary, but well picked up in the end from Hetmeyer. Of course, as well, Gulcharan Chulai does come quite round arm and sort of drive it into the pitch, and driving again Mackenzie just loosely and no contact. But the way Chulai sort of bowls doesn't look to turn the ball all that much. Does look to sort of bowl as Mr. Lalman would have alluded to, a sort of Akshar Patel sort of bowler. A lot of balls just coming straight on and the odd one turning, so a bit hard to judge compared to how we saw Carter turn the ball consistently.
And then obviously, we saw Lowe's turn the ball quite a lot too, but you'd expect that from your wrist spinner.
Laws was able to pick up 2 wickets in his encounter today as well. Certainly seen an improvement in his bowling from what we saw here on day 1 compared to what we see across there on day 1. Also saw the leg spin of Riyad Latif and Navendra Sankar. Sankar only bowled 2 overs or so, tried to toss it up quite a bit.
Bowled him. That's going to be it. That's the end of Jaheim Clark. A full delivery outside the off stump. Had a bit of a drive at it, and beaten him between bat and pad, and he's gone now. And that's wicket number 9.
Well, he's proven me wrong. He's continued to target the stumps as he has tried to in this spell, and he's gotten it right on this occasion and really led from the front as captain. 2 for 24 and looking to pick up that last one quite quickly. It's Macaulay Tong.
Macaulay Town at number 11. He's going to have a job to do. Trying to get them to that 150.
Two umpires also going out there to impart some drinks to all involved. So it looks to be the second drinks break of this session here. Take a short break and be back with you soon.
We're back here after the drinks break. Wicket just falling off James Clark. It brings Macaulay Tong in at number 11. 1 wicket to go. Van Lange will be looking to do the clean-up job here. They've thrown the ball away. I'm not sure what that was about, and they're gonna get 2. Let's look at this again. Hit the ball straight back to the bowler, walked out the crease. Van Lange had a throw at it and went straight down to fine leg. They pick up, I believe it's 2. It is 2, so Macaulay Tong gets off the mark. It's going to be Gulcharan. Should I to continue 4 for 29, is it? Still looking for his fifer. Four for 31 in 13 overs. West Indies. This one up in the air and it's falling into no man's land. It looks like they're gonna get 2. Turn back and go for the second now. Michael McKenzie. You gotta think he's gonna want to play his shots now. There's about 19 runs needed for their first batting point. I think that's gonna be on McKenzie's mind. Delivery outside the off stump. No real turn there. Outside the off stump again, this time from July. So that brings us to the end of over number 47. It's 132 for 9. There's a lot of dust around the air. You can barely see the hills this time. It's gonna be Van Lange to continue. 2 for 26 in his 11 overs. It's a hot day out there. Credit goes to Van Lange for, as a fast bowler, it's never easy, and it's been very hot all day today. He's bowled 11 overs. He's now into bowl number 12. Good delivery from Van Lange and well kept out from Mackenzie. I'm not going to take the single. Mackenzie's going to farm the strike a bit here. Comes Van Lange. Flicked away down in the gap there. In fact, it's gone straight to the fielder down that fine leg. They get a single. That's going to bring Macaulay Tongue back onto strike, which is exactly what you would think that, Guyana would want. They'd want to get that number 11 in and bowl as much as you can to him.
Always want to target the newcomer to the crease. The man batting at number 11.
Short, it's in the air, high in the air. The field that cover comes around and he's dropped it. Well. A set off a catch dropped there from that man. A covered up ball was up in the air for quite some time. And he had enough time, you would think, to complete that catch. And he settled underneath it. He seemed to be in a good position and dropped it. Well. Guyana gonna live to regret that.
Well, I brought a chance back with my return, but I could only do so much.
I think even Bisham Lalman would have taken that catch.
Would have certainly been stable there with that low center of gravity.
Here's Van Lange again, short and wide outside the off stump. Mackenzie had a flash at it, but
Of course, a great improvement here for the Leewards compared to that first round in bowl out for 64, then 100. Now, the top scorer in all first innings compared to all the games going on in the second round. Of course, it does make me wonder if that Gilbert Park ground is a difficult surface to bat on. On the scores we've seen there in the second round. And short.
that brings us to the end of over number 48. It's 133 for 9. See some of the Guyanese fans around.
They've found some area there on the another tent, 2 tents in that area. I would want to clean this tail up
That
here.
looked good. In fact, it's quickly turned down by the umpire. Maybe going down leg, I think from our angle it looked pretty good, but we're not directly behind.
Has Continue to come round arm and just sort of spear it in.
So I'm getting forward well here. On the back foot, playing it down to mid wicket. Straight back to the fielder there at cover. It's going to be Wharton to take over from Van Lange down here at the southern end. Wharton 1 for 17 in his 6 overs, not bad at all. On a wicket that, there's not much for fast bowlers. He's going to come back in there looking for the wicket of Mackenzie O'Tongue here.
Well, I finally get my wish. I certainly wanted to see him back into the attack. Quite exciting this morning, and, well, full toss to begin with.
Reminds me a bit of Isaiah Thorne. Thorne, a similar action. Running in fast, bowling a bit of pace.
Behind that boarding at the end, the far end, well, a short delivery. Behind that boarding, we saw some of the groundsmen just pass by looking to fetch some balls that would have gotten lost there earlier.
It really does remind me of Thorne. He's got a similar hairstyle, similar action. He's running through quickly.
Well, this morning he got a wicket first ball. Had us up in arms in excitement here.
Cut away through the gap, and that's going to race away for 4. The outfield a lot quicker than it was last game. You can see that it's been cut. It's a lot more dry. So anything that beats you inside the circle, inside the quote-unquote CTR circle, is going to be 4.
Certainly the groundsmen were hard at work ensuring that entire field was freshly cut.
the leg side. I think Water needs to line up in. You want to bowl. Same action, same hairstyle. Exact same action.
Again with Leeward down the leg side to finish a 50th over. Leeward's now 139 for 9.
That's slowly creeping towards that 150, Dylan. Trying to get to that point. National Cricket Centre there.
Mario rammed the hole now into the attack for the first time.
Right arm off spinner. It just looks like they're trying to get rid of this wicket. This last wicket as early as they could. This is good bowling though from
Looking to
Ram the
change
hole.
up the attack a bit. Well, it's all havoc at Gilbert Park, Jamaica now 26 for 6.
Wow. So 16 wickets falling in the first 2 sessions still.
Cody Fontel 2 for 5. Edmund Morancy 3 for 6.
Morancy's a good player. I've seen him quite a lot in recent times playing for the Windward Islands. Would have played the under 17 competition last year as well. And appeal for LBW, not out, says the umpire. That one definitely going down leg. To have a big swing at it, but not making any connection. Appeal for LBW again, not out, says the umpire. That one looking a bit higher.
Interesting thing about the general bowling is that Gulcharan Shulai bowled 15 overs unchanged from that northern end between over number 20 and over number 50. So almost quite symmetrical how change of bowling has worked. As soon as over number 20 hit, they brought spin into the attack, and as soon as over number 50, they've now changed the spinner from that end.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting. Take a look at the scorecard. Deontay Drew, top scoring, 26. It's going to be Wharton again, who's off it a bit in that first over back. Down the leg side a few times, full toss, so just needs to get back his rhythm. I think he just needs to bowl straight, bowl full, bowl straight, attack the pads, attack the stumps, and anything can happen from there. And driven down the ground from Mackenzie. Good delivery though from Wharton. Called for him to be a bit fuller and straighter. We're crossing Guyana, West Indies 83 for 3. Dominican boys out there together. Kelvin Hodge and Alec Athenies. Short and No shot offered this time from Kali Tung. Dylan, a lot of times in that last game we saw fast bowlers try to dig it in short and just looping or not getting up at all. And, you've seen a bit more from this wicket this time around.
From the color of the wicket looks different than what we saw on the other pitch.
Yeah, a little lighter, not looking as dark, and still you can see there's a lot of footmarks already where the fast bowlers and spinners are running in. This time is going to run close to the fine leg boundary, and there's a man out there. They're going to get across for a single.
Missing his run up there, Wharton. Saw that a lot in that first round.
High in the air. Feel that mid wicket, gets underneath it and takes a catch, and that is going to be all she wrote for the Leeward Islands. A short delivery from Wharton, and taking it on was Michael McKenzie, and not getting the connection he would have liked, and a good simple catch taken from Gulcharan Chulai at short mid wicket running backwards, and that is going to be it. 144, is it? 144 all out.
Did look like he was going to get a wicket with that short ball. Most aggressive. And certainly looks the quicker of the two pieces. So he continued to target that way. You could see that there was a bit more reward for bowling that length on this wicket compared to what we saw in the first game. So great bowling from Guyana here. 2 wickets apiece for the Pacers and 4 wickets for Gulcharan Chulai.
So we're going to take a short break in between innings here. We'll be right back when Guyana come out to respond to this 144.
Well, welcome back to the action here at the National Cricket Centre in round number 2 of the Cricket West Indies Men's Under 17 Championship. And if you're just joining us, clash between Guyana and Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands would have won the toss this morning and opted to bat first, and a bit of a poor showing with the bat have led them to 144 all out. A good bowling effort from Guyana would have put them in that position. So, alongside me, Liam Mamchan, and good afternoon, Liam.
Good afternoon to you, Visham. Good afternoon to all our viewers around. 144, that first innings score, just falling short of that batting point. And it looks like it's going to be Macaulay Tong to open the bowling from the southern end here. Wharton is out there with bat in hand, and Ramprasad Ramnath, whose brother is actually Rampatab Ramnath, who would have been representing Guyana for the past few years. In fact, it's Vikash Wilkinson, number 70 on his back.
Short delivery from Tong to start. A similar way we would have seen Wharton started in the first innings, picking up a wicket with his very first delivery. But well played in the end there by Wilkinson.
Very off the mark early here. First delivery, first runs. Bit of extra bounce there. And you could see that Tong is built like a fast bowler, a proper fast bowler is built. Broad shoulders, tall, running through the crease.
It's much quicker than what we've seen from the Guyanese opening bowlers, Wharton and Van Lan.
Like what we see there though, with that run through. And that follow through ended up almost all the way up to the other stumps. So you could see that he's a bit aggressive. He's having words with Ramnath early on.
I think on a track like this, you just need to keep the ball on the stumps, just outside that off stump, get it up.
Be consistent as well, be patient. No ball signaled by the umpire, and this time it's running down to the third man boundary, and the fielder gets it in time. It's gonna get 2. But well played though from Ramnath.
Yeah, just maybe looking for a bit too much pace this time was Macaulay Tong. Obviously, we'll be very familiar with Gavin Tong, who would have played for the Leeward Islands in the past, opened the bowling for them as well.
This one pitched up, an appeal for caught behind. No doubt, says the umpire. That one moving away a bit from the right-hander there, Ramnath.
I think this is very good bowling from Tong to start, apart from that no ball. Short pitch deliveries on the body of the batsman, and those full pitch deliveries just inviting the batsman to drive through the offside, which is good.
This time a bit too wide. Not gonna bother anyone out there.
It's been a hot day for the players out there. Definitely gonna be tough.
Good delivery again from Macaulay Tong, right on spot, getting it full, getting it on around the off slump.
all in all, I think it hasn't been a good day for batting, because we saw Trinidad and Tobago struggling as well earlier. So Windward Islands, they were struggling at 30 for 7 at one point this morning.
I think across in the game with Jamaica and Windward Islands, Jamaica were just bowled out for 48. So 20 wickets falling within 2 sessions in that game.
Yeah, so definitely not a good day for batting altogether. And the first over has been completed in the second, well, in this innings. And it's 3 without loss. And both batsmen Rampasad Ramnath and Vikash Wilkinson, they are both on 1. Not a bad first over at all there from Mikhaili Tong. And of course the wickets seem to be drying out with all this heat that we have. Sun baking down on the track, so certainly drying out. And you can see that in effect when Tong was bowling.
You mentioned we saw Trinidad and Tobago bowl down for 121. Barbados in reply at TR 50 for 3. 1 apiece for Racha, Brendan Boodoo and Aaron Bassant. Well, yeah, I think a lot of wickets have been falling.
Leeward Islands earning the highest total of the tournament thus far at 144.
They had a rough first outing, wide outside the off stump.
And that last game bowled out for 64 and 100. Bowled out for that 100, chasing 172. Too wide this time. West Indies in trouble at the moment in Guyana, Liam.
Yeah, it seems to be an LBW shout here for Jason Holder. There's a review going up.
Already 5 wickets down.
I think for the West Indies, the wind is the silver, and if Holder survives this appeal, it's going to have to be them both. And if South Africa have lost the review, so Holder's not out. He lives to fight another day. Yeah, I think if they are to win, the rest of the batting to come is mostly, tail enders. We get a bit from Shamar Joseph, maybe Moti as well, but other than that, I think they're highly dependent now on Holder and the Silva, who's just come out, yet to face a ball.
Well, the last couple of innings that West Indies would have batted in, I found that they're highly dependent on these two, Jason Holder and Joshua De Silva. Top order and middle order failing immensely.
It's Clark again, had a drive at that one. Very loose shot, you have to say, from Vikash Wilkinson, but didn't make any connection with it.
Yeah, definitely. So looking to manufacture something that's not there, and especially with the ball being so new as well and moving around us a bit. Don't want to be playing expansively like that and throw your wicket away. This hasn't been the best of overs in terms of being attacking, making the batsman play. 4 of these 5 deliveries bowled have all been wide outside your stump.
on the leg side. Decent over from Clark, maiden over to start, and a couple of loose shots really from Wilkinson. We want to be a bit more in control. Still really on in his innings.
Tom continues to plug away just on about that off stump, mixing up his length nicely.
Wicket has just fallen as well in the West Indies game. Holder is out. Couldn't believe he played that shot. Hit the ball straight down the throat of long on. West Indies in a lot of trouble here. Holder dejectedly walks off for duck.
You have 2 days and a half to make 263 runs. And 104 for 6. And a lot of the dismissals that we saw, Liam, was due to a poor choice of shots.
Yeah, I think Carty was a bit loose driving. Holder hitting that one straight down the throat of long on. Athenaeus just had a big sweep at one that wasn't really there for the shot, and gotta say disappointing. Tong runs in and bowls again outside the off stump, swinging away from Rampasad Ramnath. And Moti gonna be the hero.
Well, I'd like to see Shamad Joseph batting above Jaden Seals and Gudakesh Moti.
He's been scoring runs at number 11 for quite some time, getting a couple of 15s, 25s, 30s. Got a 36 on test debut, batting at number 11. He's not moved from there.
It's very exciting when he's batting.
Good delivery, and this one taking the outside edge, and no third slip. It went easily down there to that third man boundary for 4. Much welcome runs for Ramnath.
Yeah, fortuitous boundary, but I think Tong would be a bit happy with what he has seen there. He's invited the batsman and is brought about that outside edge. Unluckily for him, though, he conceded a boundary. Just maybe now we may see a third slip being put in. And exactly that. Here's a look at that edge again. That ran down to the third man fence of 4.
Good length there, line outside the off stump, forcing Ramnath to play. That brings us to the end of 3-7 without a loss. Interested to see Hetmaya bat, if he's anything like Shimron. Both weighing the same number. Hetmaya with a 185 before he switched to number 2.
And of course, Adrian Atmaya would have scored a wealth of runs in the local circuit in Guyana. He would have also captained the under 15 Guyana team earlier in the year. We're expecting a lot from him.
To step up at a higher level now. There's still just 2 slips and a more of a short point than a gully really in for Jaheim Clark. It's a pretty wide gully. Full toss outside the off stump. Wilkinson driving and misses. Wilkinson a bit loose there.
Here's a look at it again. Not sure if you read the length of that delivery there, Wilkinson.
I'm not sure if he read the line either. He was just didn't get his front foot out it. I think if he gets his front foot out it, he'll be a bit better off. He seems to be an aggressive type player. Tries to get on the front foot and score runs early. It's a good delivery from Jaheim Clark.
Like the fact that Clark has, in this over at least, has gotten closer to the batsman. Last over, deliveries down the leg side, outside the off stump, too wide. Much better in the second over.
And just fishing a bit at that one outside the off stump.
He's tempted to go at those deliveries outside the off stump, Wilkinson. He looks to be a naturally attacking batsman, as he said. Or if not attacking, very positive.
Driving this one, getting a bit of a connection there, but straight to the man at cover, no run.
Something I noticed though about Wilkinson, when he's looking to drive, he is not lunging forward and getting his head over the ball. He's more hanging back.
You know, that could be something that the Leeward Islands could notice, and that means he's more than likely gonna drive in the air.
Yep.
So that means you get that short cover fielder in, and you bowl him outside the off stump, let him drive. He's not really getting forward or leaning into the shots. He's just standing and pushing at it, leaning back more than anything. I think it's something for Clark to look at.
Edged away down to third man. This could be 4. Yes, it will. So Wilkinson earning himself his first boundary of the afternoon. And just hanging back and prodding at that delivery. And it raced away for 4. So that completes the over. 4 overs done and dusted. It's 11 without loss.
It's going to be tough to continue 2 overs for just 7 runs so far. Looks like a couple of changes being made in the field. Mid-on goes to mid-off now. Just the 2 fielders on the leg side. Mackenzie there at short mid wicket on a deep fine leg.
That was good running, just tapping the ball into the onside quickly and looking to get the single, putting pressure on the fielder at short mid wicket.
That's the importance of playing with soft hands. As this one there again played with soft hands from Wilkinson.
Yeah, I think Tong could be the person to really exploit the weakness of Vikash Wilkinson. He's much quicker than Jaheim Clark.
And I don't like that there's not a fielder a bit closer in for the catch. Gotta have a short cover in there, maybe take off the man there at backward point. I'd like to see a fielder shorter. I don't like that there's just a man out on the circle.
He's playing very lazily, Wilkinson. Not seen any attempts from the Leeward Islands team to exploit that.
I think maybe it's just they haven't noticed exactly what that weakness is just yet. Just pushing it into the onside.
The under 5 is 12 without loss. And Guyana, of course, dismissing Leeward Islands for 144. And now it's their turn with the bat in hand. Of course, Liam would have mentioned 20 wickets falling at Gilbert Park.
Not even 140 runs.
That's Windward Islands against Jamaica at Gilbert Park.
Fifteen wickets falling across an Inchinali Park, Bridgesal.
Something going on out there at the moment. I'm not too sure. The umpires are having a word with the Leeward Islands team.
Seems like it's been sorted. Not sure exactly what the issue was out there.
So Jaheim Clark is back, and 3 slips a gully, backward point, cover, mid off, short mid wicket, and a wide fine leg in position. Turned nicely onto the fine leg region. Only one. Thirteen without loss at the moment, Guyana. Pulling and pulling hard. Down to the deep mid wicket boundary for 4. So Wilkinson standing tall this time and absolutely dispatching that short delivery from Jaheim Clark. Too short at that pace. And at this track, it just sits up to be hit. Can't afford to be doing in those short deliveries at that pace.
Yeah, and we've seen that Wilkinson is the type of player to go after the bowlers, so he's gonna play his shots.
Especially when the ball, bowling short, you don't want to pitch the ball wide of the batsman to give him room. That's much better.
A bit of extra piece on that one as well from Jaheim Clark. Looks to come through a bit quicker. I think you've got to encourage him to drive, probably. Get the ball up a bit more, slow it up a bit as well. The slower ball is an option even in red ball cricket. I don't think people quite understand how much the slower ball could work.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with someone like Wilkinson, who's playing in the fashion that he is. Loud,
Says the umpire.
yeah, loud, convincing appeal there. Not out, says the umpire.
Let's look at it again. Didn't really look like he got any touch on that. Just looked like he pulled his bat down. Interesting.
The manner in which he's playing those deliveries on the back foot, it's as though he's not dropping the bat is dropping on his own. It's looking like that. he's playing a very weird style.
Yeah, definitely just it's a bit lazy if anything. Vikash Wilkinson.
Good take by the wicketkeeper. Pluck.
That's the end of 6, 17 without loss. T West Indies. 127 for 6. Bit of a partnership between Hold and, in fact, the Silva and Gurikesh Multi building. A lot of time left in that game as they'll be looking to get that 136 runs to win.
I think too much time for both teams involved remaining in that game.
On the right side from Kalitong.
Steady partnership developing between the two batsmen here for Guyana. Leewards haven't been able to make any breakthroughs as yet. See someone from the squad just walking around behind the wicket keeper.
On the right side again, I think that's the only thing you could be a bit critical of the Leeward Islands. Fast bowlers so far. I think they've been a bit too inconsistent in their lines more than anything. They've been down the leg side or too wide sometimes. When they do get it right, they look dangerous. I think they could get it right more often than not. They'll be in a good position here.
I certainly see them fire some deliveries down the leg side a bit too often in this early session here.
Now it's a full toss, so it just shows you the inconsistency. It's not going to be long before we see that man on screen there, and with the ball in hand, Micah McKenzie, the leg spinner.
Not just a little loose outside the off stump there, looking for a drive.
On the right side again, and this one's going to scamper. In fact, it beats the keeper, and they're going to get 4.
Maybe that might get into their heads a bit more and make them a bit more disciplined in their attack here.
Yeah, disappointing stuff from Makali Tong at this point in time. He's bowling well when he gets it right. He's not getting it right at the moment.
Certainly hasn't been able to string together enough good deliveries in succession here.
So driven down the ground, and mid-off gets around to get the signal there to stop any more runs. The end of 7, 22 without loss.
Healthy run rate early on, just over 3 runs and over. Hasn't been too much threat for Guyana to negotiate yet. They're just going about trying to get themselves into this innings here and make use of conditions. Certainly hot as it has been, but pitch itself hasn't been all that dangerous compared to what we saw in the first round.
Yeah, definitely a lot more consistent in terms of the bounce, a lot harder down the leg side again from Jaheim Clark.
Was that down the leg side again?
Yeah, it was. And you could see the frustration on Clark's face. Not happy with.
He's got 3 slips in place there and haven't had much to do. Of course, varying in the tactics from what we saw from Guyana bowling early on. They had a fly slip in place. This time I've seen that here. He's forward and defending that time from Rampasad Ramnath. Clark in again, and Ramnath is pulling into the onside. It's going to run close to the boundary line, and it's going to just go over it as the fielder chases after it. 4 runs for Ramnath. Started well here, looking quite in control of that pull shot. Light Brown chases after it to no avail. Continued effects of that freshly trimmed outfield.
The delivery now back on a good line, good length. Need to be there more often than not. And you get the results. It just needs to be a bit more consistent.
Pluck just having a chat with him. Here we see Athenes. Cutting now. No contact between bat and ball. It's shorter there. That's the end of the over. 8 overs gone now, and run rate has climbed from 3.1 to 3.25.
Would you say climbed, Dylan, or would you say?
Well, I certainly don't try to climb too quickly.
See some Leeward Islands players having some shade.
Well, they've been there throughout, underneath that tent. Oh well, this is a new pair of them. Just saw them coming across that side screen at the far end before making their way to that tree.
It's been a hot day. Oh, 26 without loss at 8. Gallitong in for his 5th. Driving and past the man at backward point. Third man is gonna have some work to do and can't stop it. Runs into the boundary for 4 and the welcome boundary for Guyana.
Wilkinson's got into the boundaries here as well. It's brought up 30 runs for no loss and also 30 runs for the opening partnership. Yorker now from Tong, close to that fielder, the onside, but
The
just
fielder there
stopped.
from Micah McKenzie as well.
driving again, able to pace that extra cover fielder. There we see familiar friend on top that light pole.
Good delivery again from Tong. CT out loss. Good little partnership building between Wilkinson and Ramnath Leone.
Now he's taken flight. Didn't see much flight from Gulcharan earlier.
Picked up 4 wickets, would have been unlucky to not get 5. That one rushing into the pads a bit more. Looked like it was going down leg though. And not out, says the umpire. A bit high as well.
Not much there.
Pushed into the offside, and man at backward point gets around, there's no run. You end up 9:31 without loss. Cash Wilkinson 14 of 29. Rampasad Ramnath 12 of 26. It's going to be Clark in for his 5th 30 top loss. And he is good delivery, and he's dropped him. Well, well, well. The chance finally coming for the Leeward Islands, and that man. In fact, I'm not sure if he's dropped it or it's just dropped before him. Let's look at it again. And yeah, just dropping before him. So that shows me that, you know, the set fielders probably need to take a step or two up. There's not the fastest of wickets. The ball is not, you know, rushing into the keeper's gloves. So you could probably take a step up and you'll be fine.
Well, they were just a bit further back in the first innings, but that was only when, after this delivery, It's just a good bit of defense there. That would have been when Wharton was bowling with what we saw to be quite a bit of extra pace, that they were standing just a bit further back from there. But generally, at this ground, as we saw in the first round, they might just want to go back up a bit.
The wicket is a slow one, so not any really pace in it. Full toss driving down the ground, and the fielder at mid-on does well to get around, and they get through for the single.
I think so far Clark has looked a bit more in rhythm than what we've seen from Tong.
Three deliveries to go. Here's Clark. Good delivery, a Yorker, and well played from Wilkinson.
Well, there are other pieces in the side as well, so wondering if they might just switch out Tong from that southern end next over.
Go 5 in a row. It's a hot day out there. It's not easy. It's a bit toiling through that that heat out there. I think it says 35 degrees, but I think it feels like around 45. It's been really hot out there. Not much wind around either. In the air, and that's going to be 4. Picked his spot well, was Vikash Wilkinson, flicking this one in the air, really just helping it on its way, and gets 4 more.
It's a full toss and making full use of the full toss, able to put it away for a boundary and showing that he's certainly feeling a bit more at ease out there is Vikash Wilkinson. Already faced 31 deliveries and this partnership has been developing.
Helicopters are always around for you, Dylan. They're always close by.
Glad you didn't call it a bird this time.
Wide outside the off stump, dying on the way to the keeper again. It's a bit shorter. So that is the end of over number 10. 55 without loss. It's going to be a change in bowling. As you rightfully predicted, Dylan, Macaulay Tongue is out of the attack, and it's going to be, is it Francis? Tanis Francis to replace him from the southern end. Bit of a gentle medium pacer. See, we could keep up to the stumps. The slip there is almost as if it's a spinner bowling. Just a jog through really is Tanis Francis, not really running through.
Well, Well, that's short and that's pulled straight to the fielder down there in that fine leg area. Certainly hit that ball hard, but didn't quite place it or time it as well. Well, Jamaica all out for 48. Windward Islands 12 for 2. Their third innings.
3 innings in 1D. Interesting stuff going on down there at Gilbert Park.
22 wickets in 1 day.
It's not often you see that.
Morancy ending with 3. Fontenelle ending up with 4. And Joel Durand with 2.
On the back foot punching to feel that short cover.
Silvera's already taken 7 wickets in the day.
See some fans just arriving.
Trinidad and Tobago now have Barbados 68 for 5.
Wide outside the off stump is probably where I think Tannis Francis might be looking to bowl, because I think if he's on the wicket, if he's a bit too straight, they're very happy to just work him around and score runs easily off of him. There's not much peace or on offer here. And yeah, just on that off stump again and finishes off. So that is the end of over number 11. It's going to be a short break for drinks. We'll be right back after this. So we're back here at the National Cricket Centre. 11 overs down, 38 without loss Guyana in reply to the Leeward Island, 144 all out. And trailed by 106 runs, 10 wickets in hand.
Greeted here with some leg spin from Micah McKenzie.
Micah Chuck Mackenzie's in from the northern end. Picked up a lot of wickets in the under 19 competition last year. I would have played against him. Didn't get me out, thankfully.
Well, that was going to be my next question. What we saw earlier from Guyana, they had their left arm spin operating from this end, northern end,
and he's nicked him off, and there he goes. Vikash Wilkinson lazily playing outside the off stump, and an easy catch there at first slip, and he has to go. That's the first wicket. Good catch there for Francis. This one just pitching on the off stump, half forward really, and taking the outside edge on the way to first slip.
just drew him forward there, pitching it up and tempting him to play at that. Wilkinson has looked good so far, but has to go now with the first introduction of spin that we've seen so far in this innings. Just getting back to that, in that first innings, Guyana was forced to operate their two leg spinners from the southern end. Certainly be partially responsible for him not quite being able to profit off of this wicket. Manuel Lewis in at number 3. Lovely delivery to greet Lewis. Mackenzie certainly found his area right away. Again, just brought forward ever so slightly. Ends his over. 1 wicket and 1 run.
A good start from big Micah McKenzie, and in from the southern end it looks like it's going to be Israel Morton to replace Francis, who just pulled the one over. Left unorthodox, Morton cut and in the air. One bounce to the fielder at cover. Was a bit uppish for some time there.
You can certainly see that here that he's just marked up with his foot. You can certainly see a bit of scuffing the wicket, that run-up area.
Full toss from Morton. And well, a misfield from the man there. It looks like Macaulay Tongue at mid-off through his legs and it goes for 4. A poor bit of work from Tongue.
Does his bowling remind you a bit of Akil Hussain?
Not really. I think Akil Hussein's action is a bit slower.
Certainly seems that way as well.
Speaking of Akil Hussain, he's got a job on his hands here. 2 runs to defend 1 ball. And the 100 in England. He's representing.
Oh, lovely ball there from Morton. Just drifted that one in, and Ramnath wasn't expecting that sharp inward movement there.
You can see a bit of turn finally. Good delivery again from Morton.
It's a bit wide to end the over.
The end of 13 is 43 for 1. Mackenzie continuing, just 1 for 3 so far. Good delivery again, Rampasad. I'm not looking for the single. Not an offer. That, in fact, the 150 has come up for the West Indies. Crossing Guyana. 150 for 6. Moti and the silver battling along. Googly there from Michael Mackenzie. That one getting a bit of extra bounce. At the end of the over, it's 45 for 1. left alone. Joe Morton picked up a couple of wickets in the first round. And he'll be looking to continue on that good start that he had. First game against the Windward Islands, he picked up 3 for 25 in 18 overs in the first innings. Second innings had 2 for 34 and 14, so 5 wickets already for him in the competition. I'm driving straight to the man at short cover. There's Emmanuel Lewis. And that's the end of another Morton over. At the end of 15 is 44 for 1. I'm not 21 of 42. Short cut away from Ramnath and I get a single.
Playing it late there, Ramnath. Able to guide it down just for 1 run. Thought about 2.
Long for this time is Ramnath. 46 for 1 now. Good delivery there from Micah McKenzie. Let's have a look at that again. Looks like it just slid on. Oh, got a bit closer to the stumps, could have been problems. Kenzie's been able to extract some bounce as well in this inning. So that's the end of 16, 46 for 1.
Ramnath as well as adjusted well here from that change from pace to spin. A lot of times when we see the spinners introduced is that early wicket. A lot of times you don't tend to see those opening batsmen who stay there, or those batsmen who build a partnership when the pacers have gotten early wickets. You don't tend to see them stay throughout when the spinners have been introduced. So Might just be that sort of tempo they need to add to their batting to adjust between pace and spin.
Well, it seems like Morton has been replaced here. Looks like it's going to be Jaquan Athanaze. Giving that one to me is Athanaze.
Scramble a single there. Quick change from Morton to Athanaze.
Cut away and straight to the man at slip. In fact, he might have been bowled. A good delivery there from Jaquan Athanaze, and what a change of bowling that was. Morton just getting 2 overs and being replaced, and Athanaze has come in and picked up a wicket immediately.
Well, certainly that trajectory made it look exactly like that slip had taken the catch, because he did. But it took the stumps rather than bat. Really an inspired change there from Leeward Islands. Athanaze in from that southern end, where we tend to see off spinners favouring as opposed to left arm spinners. Making use of the conditions, and just as I spoke about adjusting to spin, having come on after doing the bulk out against pace early, so Ram not there, just not quite being able to survive as long as he might have wanted to, at least make it towards the end of the day. Batsman takes strike.
Like that, Athanaze giving the ball a bit of air. Ramesh Bharat to the batsman. This is really good from Athanaze. So that is the end of over number 17. It's 47 for 2. Good start from Athanaze.
Is one of these pitches where no matter what kind of spinner you are, whether you flight the delivery a bit more, bowl a bit slower compared to what we saw this morning with Gul Charan driving it into the pitch, still tend to get rewards regardless. So at this stage as a bowler, it's just always sticking to your natural strengths, what works for you.
Good line there from Mackenzie. Maybe a bit too full. Want to pull it back a bit. Not quite sure what's happening here. It's a bit of a break in play.
So that square leg umpire woke up a bit. Sort of maybe signal to the umpire.
Still waiting on something, not quite sure what it is. Fielders aren't moving.
Seems to be on his walkie-talkie as well. Is Clark running out? So there would have been a sub-fielder on for him there.
I'm not sure what really happened there, but Kenji this time a bit too straight. It's racing away on this quick National Cricket Centre outfield. It throws up now. And they're going to get back for 2. Driving down the ground. Straight to the man at short cover. Back mid off.
Tighter leave there from Emmanuel Lewis. Tossed up and Emmanuel Lewis drives that wonderfully, just piercing those 2 fielders at cover. He'll run back for 2. So one of those fielders fetches the ball.
Still just a bit too full, not giving the ball space to turn.
Almost yorked him there, Mackenzie. He's up in that northern direction, just a bit heavyish cloud cover. No real threat where we are here. There's definitely rain towards the north somewhere. He's driving there. Hands on his head at the knees. Tossed up again and driven straight to that guy at mid-off, just between mid-off and extra cover. Barrett's just pulling that to that fielder behind square. Unable to get off the mark as yet. One ball away from being a maiden over for Athens. And it is going to be a maiden over. Half of an appeal, but nothing really going for it.
$51 for 2. Looks like it's gonna be McKenzie to continue.
Just another pause and play. The fielders just converging to chat to that square leg umpire.
It's a bit of a dark cloud around above the National Cricket Centre. Doesn't seem too threatening. It's moving to the left of us. Driving in the air a bit there.
We
But,
certainly can't blame them for inquiring about the cloud. Mightn't be too familiar with how the weather works here.
good delivery there, and that's what I've been calling for McKenzie, to just drag his length back a little bit, give the ball enough time to turn and do what it has to do. And brilliant from Micah McKenzie.
Certainly causing Lewis a bit of discomfort.
Once again, that's brilliant from McKenzie, just wide of the field at second slip, and Morton gets around and fires it back into the wicketkeeper to get 2.
Well, that's what you have to do there as a leg spinner. Just as we saw in the previous delivery, get the ball to do a bit, get it a bit shorter than where he was bowling it, and just right after that delivery, just pitching it up and getting a chance.
Good line now, good length again. I'm really impressed with McKenzie. You would have noticed that he was a bit too full previous overs. He's dragged it back, and you can see there's so much happening already. Guided past second slip again, and Morton gets around. $20 overs gone now. 54 for 2. Driven down to mid-off, and they get an easy single.
Barrett still yet to get off the mark.
I think both Anthony's and McKenzie have been really good They've been tight. It's not been an easy time out there for him so far in his first 9 deliveries.
Just making him wait a bit longer. An opportunity to get off that 0.
Driving past everyone there. The point fielder Morton has some work to do. He's quick to it. And get 2. And Ramesh Bharat is off the mark. 57 for 2 now. Trailed by 87 runs.
Trying to play a bit too hard on that occasion, Barrett. Nicely defended now. That's a chance going a begging. Micah McKenzie. Hard work he's put in for his 5 overs. 1 wicket so far, but just going a bit too high for the fielder there. That second slip. Had the right idea having those 2 slips in play, but just hit it a bit too hard for him.
I think Francis there, that one came a bit sharp at him. It was a bit too quick. And took evasive action more than anything.
Probably shouldn't call it a chance.
Good delivery and well played there from Lewis, going forward and defense. 61 for 2. On the leg side.
Turned away into the leg side there. And attempt to come back for 2 unsuccessfully. They do. Athena's just cleaning up in that hind leg area.
Oh, a good delivery there from Mackenzie, getting the googly to come back in nice and sharp. And Emmanuel Lewis, in fact, played really well there. Emmanuel Stewart, former Windward Island wicket keeper. When I was in the 19, he's been in and out of the squad since then. Good delivery again from Mackenzie, squaring him up a bit. And that's the end of another good over. The end of 22 is 63 for 2.
Well, 65 for 2. Guyana. Well on course at the moment towards getting up to 144. West Indies at the moment in Guyana just lost the wicket of Gudakesh Moti, 45, and score 181 for 7. They are behind by 82 runs. On the West Indies, they require 182 for 82 more runs of victory. 263 is their target. At the moment, Micah McKenzie spinning away at the moment, looking very good. The leg spinner, he's been unsung. And there is a helicopter flying across the facility. Not sure if it's the national security helicopter. And well and truly see a drinks break after this over. Not too sure just yet. Kept things quiet on his end, Micah McKenzie. A wicket apiece for McKenzie and Athanaze. Jekwan Athanaze, the off spinner, and Micah McKenzie, the leg spinner. That's the 2 wickets to the bowlers thus far. Dylan Sharma has cupped his steaming, beaming cup of black coffee. Good afternoon, Dylan.
Good afternoon, Visham.
Oh, that coffee seems to have cheered you up a bit there, Dylan.
I haven't taken a sip as yet. But
many-
the aroma certainly plays a part as well.
181 for 7. West Indies in Guyana. And that's Shamar Joseph and Seals to come. Jaden Seals, that is. Well, back here at the National Cricket Centre, it's Athanaze. Jekwan Athanaze. A spell he's having 1 for 5 and 4.1.
Well, that was tossed up really high and just stopped by that middle fielder running across. He'll get a single.
It's always difficult for a batsman when the ball is tossed up over the eye line. And that's what coaches ask spinners to do. Deliver the ball as high as possible. Cut away nicely by Emmanuel Lewis. The ball seems to be following Morton at the moment. It's had a lot of work to do. And it's after this over there will be a drinks break. I can see umpire Simon Arun making his way on the edge of the boundary. But Jekwan Athanaze just looking at how far Barrett is backing up.
Well, that is commendable to have that sort of awareness when you're running in as a bowler. It's a valid form of dismissal as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, definitely. Many say it's out of the spirit of the game, and it shouldn't be a manner in which a batsman or a batter should be dismissed. But I beg to differ.
Certainly a good learning experience for the batsmen as well to ensure that they work on their backing up and don't get too careless at either end.
Definitely at the end of 25 overs, it's 68 for the loss of 2. And Guyana, of course, they are looking to get towards 144 and beyond. So it's drinks here at the National Cricket Centre, and we await the last hour as play here when we resume.
Back here at 68 for 2 at the NCC and 182 for 8 in Guyana. It's been 2 umpires call LBWs today across there, and Morton's back from the northern end.
A tough call for Josh De Silva. Keshav Mirage wrecking havoc at the moment in Guyana. This one goes down the leg side. Back here at the National Cricket Centre and over the boundary for 4.
The continued trend that we've seen from Morton as well as the 2 opening bowlers at least is a lot of deliveries down the leg side. So better discipline from Athenaeus and Mackenzie, but Morton in his first spell from the southern end was not quite getting into his rhythm as yet. Certainly would prefer bowling from this northern end. Had a lot of fielding to do earlier, as you also alluded to.
Just pulling the bat away there was Bharat.
Defended into that offside a bit uppishly to that fielder at point.
It's 72 for 2 after 26. Remember, 51 overs were bowled in the first innings. That's just about 77. Yes, 77 overs. 13 overs remaining in the day, so I think Leeward Islands, they are on course. Normally you look at 15 overs in the last hour, Dylan. And we are into the last hour, 13 overs. Well, approximately 13 overs to go, dependent on the light situation.
There's certainly been some respite out there as far as the cloud cover. Haven't seen the sun in at least a half hour. Mackenzie now switched around to southern end. Tossing it up again, and
Oh, misfielded. Would allow them to get through first. Oh, they'll end up getting 2 now. Well, well, well.
well, just a bit. Didn't have one full chase after that ball. Just a bit resigned to that last hour.
And the fielding has been quite poor today from both teams, you have to say. But all in all, it's a learning experience, all about development.
Certainly there was a high standard of fielding set here in the first game from specifically Zondre Baptiste. As well as the wicket keepers in that first game were quite good. Of course, can't look too harsh at the wicket keeper in this Leeward innings. A lot of balls that mightn't expect would be going down the leg side, so a bit more than he catered for.
Thought that Wilkinson from Guyana, he looked good as well with the gloves in hand. Looking across at Guyana, Keshav Maraj is right atop. He's tied Hugh Tayfield for the most wickets by spinners for South Africa in Test cricket. He has 170, and Hugh Tayfield would have had 170 as well. But at the end of 27 overs here at the National Cricket Centre, it is 74 for 2.
We look across the pre-sal, Trinidad and Tobago bowled out Barbados for 96. Trinidad and Tobago now responding 4 from the first ball and just guided away from Barrett there towards that third man boundary. Gonna come back for 2. It's Mackenzie does the fielding out there.
Well, the last score I would have heard prior to that was 51, 50 for 3 actually. Barbados, well,
Brendan Boodoo taking 5 for 37.
did Indian Racha Cup any of those wickets? Indian Racha would have been a part of the Trinidad and Tobago 19 team.
He would have taken 1 wicket in that match. The first wicket.
Slashed away out to cover.
Basant would have taken 3. Of course, Windward Islands already into their second innings of the day, 60 for 4 after bowling Jamaica out for 48 and reply to their 92. All of this in just one day.
It's not a day in which the batsmen would have flourished.
Certainly not. Manuel Lewis looks good out here so far for his 21.
So that tells me that 22 wickets have fallen at Gilbert Park for the day.
Well, 24 now.
24. Well.
Really quite something. Umpires just meeting there and back to their positions.
I'm looking at the most wickets in one day in a test match. And that's obviously this is not test cricket, but in the longer version of the game that is. And they're saying 27 wickets would have fallen for just 157 runs on day 2 between England and Australia at Lord's in 1888, the 28th test to have ever been played. And second to that was 25 wickets between Australia and England in Melbourne in 1902, test number 66. And just after that, England Australia
Well,
again.
Barrett's cut that one away for 4. Anthony is just straying a bit wider, allowing him to just push his hands through that delivery. Of course, you're looking back at the time with uncovered pitches for those insane days of play.
Well, I'll sure you remember vividly that 23 wickets would have fallen between South Africa and India on the 3rd of January of this year.
Certainly remember that. It was quite a encounter that was. Tristan Stubbs would have debuted in that series. Andre Berger as well. Barrett's driving now. It's a single. Back and cutting again is Barrett, and it's gonna run close to that boundary line, which it makes its way towards. 16 now. He works his way up to.
Seems to be catching some cramps there as well. Seems to be in a lot of discomfort. That right leg of his.
Been out there for 42 deliveries and not easy conditions when you consider the heat. Of course, do have that cloud coming across, but still quite humid out there. Umpire just signaling something there. It's for the physio. Makes his way back out. Was quite busy during the second session.
Well, in the meantime, I think we can take a short break and be right back with more after this. 87 for 2. And Bart seems to be okay now. Well, at least a bit okay. It was about 12 minutes to the hour 5 p.m. Saturday afternoon here in Trinidad.
Just a bit of sunshine trying to peek out from behind that cloud to the west. Well, there's an appeal there from Morton, but not much going for it.
Well, it was about to be an appeal for caught behind, and in the end, the keeper spilled it. Emmanuel Lewis and Romesh Bharat stitching together a good partnership, one of the better partnerships we've seen all day.
Well, it's a good thing we have it typed out Emmanuel and it's not just E. Lewis.
Oh my.
Thought Evan has aged backwards.
Slashed away straight to the fielder. Sunglasses falling off the hat.
Just a bit of that sunshine sprinkles onto the ground.
Wickets needed for Leeward Islands. I think it's a good time of the day to be a bowler. Just place is not too hot now. Lower appeal. Umpire Rajkumar nods in denial. Let's have another look. Immediately appealing, but 30 overs completed. It's 87 for 2. Micah McKenzie swapping ends. He's taking a trip down to the southern end. Too wide there. Barrett pushing at it, but
Not sure. Well, someone's on the floor there, losing his hat.
only place I can see your mind going when I speak about him taking a trip down to the southern end is south.
Well, no, I thought you were gonna say trip down memory lane.
Well, not too sure what memories you'd have of here. I don't think you'd have played here before. Anyway, 87 for 2. But certainly Michael McKenzie would have had a good day with the ball. Yes, picking up 1 wicket, but he's really shown that he has control as a leg spinner, and he's someone I think coaches can work with, Dylan.
Certainly impressed with what I've seen here so far. Has some good attributes regarding leg spin. Certainly looked a bit more threatening from that northern end. Just has to work on hitting that good length a bit more. Goes out quite full. As the day draws to an end here, across in Guyana as well, we see Giso Rabada back into the attack. 2 wickets. Well, Peel turned down from Morton, trying his utmost best at the end of the day here. Umpire has stood like a statue.
Yeah, Pal did not Rajkumar not interested in that. Morton wasn't happy at all. West Indies, they move up to 200 at the moment.
Well, Rabada's 2 away from 300 and South Africa 2 away from a win.
Slashed away, finds a fielder. "32 overs bowled, 87 for the loss of 2.
Pitched up from Mackenzie. Run through for 1. Bharat gets off strike.
Generous turn there for the leg spinner, Michael Mackenzie. They can pick up 1 or 2 wickets here before the end of the day's play. I think Leeward Islands would be happy.
I think when he has landed the ball, he's probably tuned it more than anyone else we've seen today.
Well, we saw a delivery that viciously turned past the bat in the first innings from Latif. I think Carlton Plock was the striker.
Flock could be happy he hadn't gone for duck.
Someone or somebody would have been plucking this evening. You plucked a duck, Dylan.
Well, the chicken has clucked.
Has clocked. Oh my. Oh.
89 for 2 after 33 overs.
'91 for 2, 33.1 overs. Getting closer and closer to the end of the day's play. A long and tough day for batting. Israel Morton, the left arm orthodox spinner, continues from the northern end.
Lewis has run twice so far in this over. It's cut into no avail there, Lewis. And then again, and still Lewis can't break that infield. This time he's cut to that field at point, but still no run.
Yeah, it's been difficult for them to find the gaps on the offside from this end. 93 for 2 after 34. Mackenzie was back into the attack. This one played past that fielder at cover, or extra cover I should say. So Guyana ticking things along nicely. Keeping the scoreboard ticking, most importantly, rotating the strike. Pressure on Leeward Islands now to pick a couple wickets before the close of the day's play. Nicely bowled, well tossed up. Barrett just playing and finding the fielders on a number of occasions. Two more deliveries to go in the 35th. That would take us to 86 overs for the day. That completes 35. It's 94 for 2. 26 to Lewis, 20 to Barrett. Partnership creeping up nicely. West Indies have just lost their 9th wicket. Good to see a spectacular catch there from Temba Bavuma crossing Guyana. 205 for 9. West Indies chasing 263. Oh, well flighted this time. It's a new bowler coming into the attack. That's the entry Drew. This is his first over of the day.
Top scorer in the first innings, DeAndre Drew.
Lots of bowlers used by Leeward Islands.
Lovely delivery there, a bit more turn.
Oh, that completes 36 overs, 95 for a loss of 2. Guyana looking good.
Guyana certainly in control here, coming to the end of first day's play. Trailing by 49 runs and still 8 wickets in hand. Bit of a misfield there at mid-on, and he'll come back for 2.
Yeah, that has been what you've seen all day. Lots of misfields from Guyana and from the Leeward Islands.
Bit of turn from Mackenzie, but too wide. Bring batsman into play.
Barrett has looked solid. So has Emmanuel Lewis.
I think all the Guyana batsmen so far have looked quite good. Was the opening batsmen getting starts but not able to push on. Certainly wouldn't be any strangers to the sort of pitch here that really eating in a lot of spin. Very much familiar territory for Guyana.
Light fading as we speak, Dylan.
Has been that cloud that's sort of just stood still above National Cricket Centre.
Well, we have gotten past 88.2 overs thus far for the day. Just about 2 overs again remaining in the day's play. This is good from the youngsters to see them getting through their overs quickly, Dylan, and on time as well.
Well, certainly over rates have been a key discussion in recent times, and most times in test match cricket you don't even see them getting in the 90 overs in full 6 hours of play. Always tend to opt for that final half hour of play. Of course, you usually don't see this much spin unless you're playing in the subcontinent. But certainly something that have to ingrain at this age. Umpires have a key role in that as well. Just ensure that play doesn't meander on. Tossed up immensely from Drew. Too wide to really bring Lewis into play. You
can see what he's doing here. He's just trying to draw the batsman into a false shot, invite him. Good bowling there from Andre Drew.
Quite a lot of chatter from the players as well as they cheer their batsmen on, as looks like that's the last over.
Yeah, 89.5 overs bowled for the day. Umpire Lyndon Rajkumar have knocked the bails off on the northern end, signalling that that's the end of the day's play. So Guyana, they trail by 47 runs again. Remember, if you didn't join us early on in the day's play, it was round number 2 of the CWI Men's Under 17 Championship. Leeward Islands against Guyana, and Leeward Islands would have won the toss, electing to bat first this morning. Amassed 144 all out. And Guyana on the back of Gulcharan Chulai's 4 wickets would have done very well with the ball, and now doing very well with the bat. This partnership, of course, between Barrett and Lewis, 23 and 26 respectively. Dylan, your thoughts on the day's play?
Certainly Guyana in a good position here at the end of day 1, already dismissing Leeward Islands once, and these both batsmen looking in fine control. So sets up an interesting day's play on day 2 for Guyana to try to push ahead and probably just bat once and look towards putting in the Leeward Islands later on in the day.
Well, that brings us to the end of day 1 of this contest between Leeward Islands and Guyana. And do join us tomorrow for continued action in this round 2 clash. On behalf of everyone, the entire team here, we say have a great Saturday evening, everyone, and join us tomorrow.